right? So it's called Save and Sound. Okay, you can see they have a website. It's been going since 2021. Lovely artwork, fantastic artwork, and you know you can scroll down. They're live on Twitch, Steam, and YouTube. Right, so we're going to be watching the Steam. We've got up here. We're going to watch that in a minute. There is a schedule, right, of like everything that's going to be being showed. Right, all the music that is going to be getting covered is here in the schedule. I'll link this in the chat in a minute. And as you can see, here's all the partnered creators, and you know, little toot of the own horn. But if you scroll on down, you see this smug bastard right there, and it links directly to my page. So there's a lot of people involved. It's pretty cool, pretty interested, pretty nice. It has a big lineup of all the games, which all link to their Steam page. So who the fuck is that? It's that weird fucking cat again. So a whole bunch of music again that you can, you know, I really liked that. So let's open it, and it takes you directly to the Steam page, which is really cool. And then you've also got the added benefit of having the Save and Sound category that you can then scroll down and, you know, that looks really cool. Let's check out all these cool games. And it's got things like Jasan, it's got things like what's his name? Hades, it's got things like Pacific Drive, it's got things like Anger Feet. It's got things like Europa, which we're going to be playing. We've been given the key for Europa, so we're going to be playing Europa. You got Little Kitty Big City, Dungeons of Hinterberg, A Boyfriend. There's tons and tons of games on here, and you've probably heard of a lot of them, like Inscription. So there's tons of them. There's tons of them here. So we're gonna stop my music, and we're gonna get into Save and Sound and see what it is that this is all about. But let me take you all to a different screen for that. So 1 second, chat. I need that one. I'm hoping this is gonna be the right size, but let's find out. Check our chat. Almost. I almost had it right. And then, wha-bam. Oh. Hi, Loella. And Rulurun, thank you for that 215 stream streak. It doesn't like it when I full screen things suddenly. Exactly, San. So we're gonna be doing this for part of today. So this is the game Worship. And it's got people. It's got the people you see mentioned at the bottom. They're doing this, the instruments. Prince Room. This is a game called Worship. I like the skeletons. I wonder if I've never heard of this game, so yo, let me in a banjo accordion like duet, Ruffy. You should be. You know what, Ruffy? I feel like this is like right up your alley, considering you like to.
Hey everyone! Thank you for listening to Worship Save and Sound Performance. My
name you do music. That's the word I'm looking for.
Designer at Chasing Rats Games. You've just listened to a brand new song composed for Worship, a multiplayer cultist game inspired by Pikmin. It's been composed for a new.
Oh, that's right. Worship. No, I remember this now.
Thank you.
I really
so
like the look of Worship.
Digital for letting us take part in this awesome event. A big shout out to all the amazing musicians and the crew that helped to put together all of this. Worship demo is out on Steam right now. Try it out and wishlist the game if you liked it.
Yeah, it's that cute little cult game where
enjoy the rest of the show and see you next time.
You play like the kind of the that guy, yeah, him, and then you get to like raise like people for your cult. I really like look at that. It looks like a funky little Cult of the Lamb like. I know, you know what's crazy that we're getting into the time where Cult of the Lamb likes are going to be a thing. So yeah, so we're watching a bunch of music to Kilo, so we have 10 keys to give away for various different games. The way that I'll do it is I'll either wait till the game comes up and then do a giveaway, or I'll just do a, you know what, let's do that. That's probably a good idea. So I guess using that logic, chat. Hold on. Where is it? 1 second, chat. I've got to type fast. Chat, if you want to win a copy of Little Kitty Big City, exclamation mark raffle now.
Beep beep boop boop. Look at this blue cutie.
No, you. Bambi, thank you for heckin' tier 1 for 15 months. I really heckin' appreciate that. Enjoy those emotes to add for viewing, and welcome back to the Kraken. We're my cute little harbingers. And we're listening to a bunch of music for cool games today. So if you want to win a copy of Little Kitty Big City, chat, exclamation mark raffle. Hey, X-Marn, how you doing? I wish that I could play music like this. Just... Hell yeah, well, they've been doing it since 2021, roughly, so... and this is on for 5 hours today and 5 hours tomorrow as well. You know, I love a good, I love a good, snow cone. You know what I'd love more? I'd love dipping dots. I love that they have a DeLorean on the wall as well. I love that they still have a DeLorean on the wall there. Let's play this nice one. I was in a band, Kamari. We made a song. I don't know where it is, so don't ask me. I can't find it. I'm sure it's on a disc somewhere. But we made one song, one singular song. I played guitar. I can't remember. Look, listen, we were called North Degree. That's all I can tell you. I played guitar, and like backup vocals. It was so bad. It was, you know, I think I mentioned a friend of mine passed away. He had leukemia like at a really young age, and he beat it and he was doing really well. And recently, earlier this year, he passed away. And he was like 8 years younger than me, which was crazy to think about. But like I remember going to the funeral and stuff, and like it's insane because he was in that band. Right, so I really want to find that song just so that I can like revive it, you know? I don't know. Hi Dark. Music man. Yes, Carlos, hi. Favorite part of video games. What we're doing, we're watching a bunch of people do music from games today, Nook, and we're giving away games based on those. Yeah, give me a sec. I need to quickly hide my media for 2 seconds so that I can get the the keys and move them. 1 sec. There we go. I've done it. It's all good. Oh, Bambi, thank you the free stream streak. Twitch, please. Twitch, please. There we go. Right, Nook. It does not like Twitch. It is not enjoying Twitch right now. We might have to swap to YouTube. You told me that yet on Saturday, Jude. Well, here's a question for you based on that statement, Nook. I consider Hi-Fi Rush to be like a 9.5 out of 10, maybe a 10 out of 10. But I don't think it would have been without the soundtrack. And even then, we didn't use the official soundtrack. We used the custom composed soundtrack so that we didn't get DMCA'd, and it was better in my opinion. Whoa, God, Carlos, where are you? I am about 17 hours in, so I don't know where you are. It's so good though. I'm loving it. Oh God, Metal Gear Rising would have been a very basic platinum game if it didn't have that soundtrack. And yeah, Darkblade, we're covering the Save and Sound Festival today. This guy is going crazy. Like he is jamming. You can kind of tell he's a musician because I have that Twitch water bottle. He's a Twitch partner. Sorry, I just noticed that. Microll, hey. Exactly, Nook. Yeah, he's a Twitch partner because only Twitch partners go sit in that water ball.
Sound designer Felix Barbarino.
Oh.
And composer Paul Zimmermann. And today we'd love to give you a little audio deep dive into roguelike deck builder Wild Frost, which released in 2023.
Wild Frost combines a unique and charming art style with very challenging roguelike gameplay, which we wanted to make sure to embody in our
I did remember we played this game. Corey loved this game.
As part of our onboarding for the project, we got to read through the game's pitch deck, which ended up being very helpful in finding the overall audio direction.
Yeah.
Things really stuck out to me when I read the deck. For one, the game's art style is rather cute and charming.
You've beaten that game already? What, Wild Frost?
Fantasy.
It's really cute.
That was something that
By the way, the
definitely
winner
wanted
for
to
the
emphasize.
Little Kitty Big City giveaway
Secondly,
is
and for me, most
Prince
importantly,
Worm. Can we get a applause in the chat? Congratulations, and Prince Worm confirmed that you were still here to receive your prize. There you
whenever
are.
I start working on a
Congratulations.
project, I really like to establish a palette of sounds and instruments that I can then keep reusing throughout the whole soundtrack.
Prince Worm, please
case,
send me a DM and I will get you
Visual palette
your
for the
key.
instruments was already established. Now I just needed to figure out how they could sound.
Speaking of sound, let's talk a little bit about the sound design.
I close this.
Not only is everything
half a
in Wild
window.
Frost clearly Frost
Yeah,
related, but also filled with lots of bells.
Lots of bells. Just go Tash. Ah, yes.
Let's take a closer look at how I made this.
You had to make the decision, right, Carlios?
Difficulty enhancers
Between the
that
two
you can
two
bring
options.
to activate certain nerves. For those, I recorded lots of takes with this Japanese bell.
It's a cute bell. I like that.
Then pitched it so each bell has its own tone.
Icy Dragon Breath, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the
and
Kraken.
then
It's a little
layered
cold up
all
here,
of
but I'm
these
sure we can
tones
find a way to
with
keep you
gut
warm.
impacts to make them sound more
It
threatening.
is in you can do it on Discord, you can do it on
In the
Twitch.
game, the whole scene sounds
Up
like
to
this.
you. Hey, Icy Dragon. But I was so upset. I mean, I know who I chose, but I was still upset.
So, after I spent some time finding the real instruments that could represent our Wild Frost ones, I was finally ready to start writing and arranging the music.
I love how music
We'll hear
works in
them
video
context
games.
later, but here are some of them in isolation.
I love
The
how
xylophone is a very interesting design, resembling a melodic percussion instrument along the lines of a marimba or a xylophone. To represent it, I ended up with a mixture of different sampled instruments like log drums, balafons, and marimbas. If we're being nitpicky,
that's
varying sizes for it to create different pitches.
oh fuck, it's the
but
it's
let's
the
just
Apple
pretend there's
software.
some Snowdwellian magic here that makes the instrument sound the way it does.
I kind of want to do. I kind of want to do another one and be a mage.
Part due to their piercing sound are the so-called hooters and tooters. While hooters
That makes me think back to Astral Chain, because like obviously all the vocals if you're a guy were a guy singing them, and all the vocals if you're a girl or a girl singing them.
Represented by the real-world instrument of the suruna
subtitles?
or suona I was actually quite surprised to find a version of this
I
one
legitimately thought
in
this
many
had
different
subtitles,
cultures, like
but I guess
ancient
not.
Greece, China,
Maybe.
Turkey,
Hold on,
among
chat.
many
I'm gonna
others.
quickly,
You might agree that this instrument has a very unique and
gonna
piercing
quickly
sound,
try
which
and
makes
pull
it
up
ideal
the
for
YouTube
rousing battle music.
real quick. Give me 2
In the
secs.
battle, you can use different kinds of abilities, like poisoning or healing. It was really a lot of fun searching for the right interpretation of these
So,
and thus adding
after
a
I
lot
spent
of
some
character.
time finding the real instruments that could represent our Wildfrost ones, I was finally ready to start writing and arranging the
This is a
music.
bit better, I think.
You will hear them in context later, but here are some of them in isolation.
Although it seems like the YouTube one is like quite far behind.
Is a very interesting design, resembling a melodic percussion instrument along the lines of a marimba
Catch you
or
later,
a xylophone.
Kamari.
To represent it, I
Right,
ended
oh
up
god,
with a
Ori
mixture
without
of
the
different sampled
soundtrack.
instruments
To be fair, a lot of
like
games
block
do this. Final
drums,
Fantasy without their
xylophones,
soundtrack. Final Fantasy
and
7
violin
specifically
blasts.
without its
Everything
soundtrack.
tricky, and the
No
teeth
Cosmo
typically have
Canyon.
to be
No
varying
One Wing
sizes
Angel.
for it to create different pitches. But let's just pretend there's some Snowdwellian magic here that makes the instrument sound the way it does. Another group of instruments that are very present throughout
I
the
love the
soundtrack,
design in these little
in
games.
large
They're
part due to
all
their
really
piercing
cute.
sound,
Noble Mass,
are
right?
the so-called
Right.
hooters and tooters.
Okay, Prince, give me a
While the
second, I'll
hooters
get that
are
to
more
you.
traditional flutes and especially warmer sounding ocarinas, the tooters in particular ended up being an instrument I never utilized in my writing before. Represented by the real-world instrument of the zurna or soona, I was actually quite surprised to find a version of this one in many different cultures, like ancient Greece, China, Turkey, among many others. You might agree that this instrument has a very unique and piercing sound, which makes it ideal for rousing battle music.
In the battle, you can use different kinds of abilities, like poisoning or healing. It was really a lot of fun searching for the right interpretation of these and thus adding a lot of character. For example, when you slow an enemy with a snow attack, it sounds
Hey,
like
Castro.
you're getting hit by a snowball during a short snowstorm. And when a character loses strength, it sounds like a sword that falls down and breaks.
Kirlos, you're a dork.
You have to know that one single sound effect in a game mostly doesn't really consist of just one single sound.
How you doing, Doof?
It's really a lot of sounds layered.
We're
and
watching a
processed
festival,
and
Castro.
adjusted in
A
volume.
music festival.
So let's take
Specifically
a closer
around
look
game
at
music.
one of the abilities in Wildfrost. This small bomb attaches to a unit, and when you attack that unit, it gets extra damage from that bomb. This specific sound consists
Nord.
of many different layers, like a burning fuse and an alarm.
Well, so this is a game called Wildfrost. Fenord, it's like a
to underline the
roguelike
given by the
card
small
game.
face on the bomb, I've also added
And
a
they're just
cute
kind of
but
going over
nasty
through
voice.
different
For this, I used
like
both my own voice
they're
and the
they're going over
synthesizer.
like different sounds they made for the game.
and then layered them together. On top of that, I used some additional mechanic layers to let it feel like a crafted tool.
Well, it's crazy
A
to
lot of
think
the
like
music in Wildfrost
how music
relies
just
on layering a bunch of instruments to create a new and
just
unique
works.
sound that cuts through the mix of all the
It's not just a
percussion
song.
and
It's
carries
like
the melodic themes. The theme in the track Luminized Dance.
well,
is a
we
great
watched me
example
and
for this kind
Kamari
of
watched
layer.
Piece by Piece last night, Nook, and it's like
As
the
I
Lego
usually
movie about
This track
the
too started with a rough
um,
piano sketch.
the
outlining
documentary
melody and
of
harmony.
Pharrell Williams.
This helps me work out the core musical ideas
And it was
first.
crazy
before
thinking
jumping
about how
into the details
he
of
worked on
arrangement.
so many different songs.
It is quite easy to get lost in tweaking details across hundreds of individual layers during the composition process. From there, a rhythmic bed is created, giving the music its drive and forward momentum. Then the melodic theme is placed across a few different instrument layers. Most of the soundtrack uses sampled instruments, but I also recorded some real ones that I can play,
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
ukuleles,
Pharrell Williams wrote the
shakers,
fucking McDonald's jingle.
and let's not forget kazoos. And speaking of voices,
In Wildfrost, there are many small details to
I did not.
discover. For
Says
example,
her.
the muncher, a big animal that can eat unneeded cards. As long as you hold the cards in front of its mouth, it will not stop slurping and smacking. Until you let it eat. Or did you know that there are 3 types of footstep sounds when certain cards leave the battlefield? The normal enemy cards just run away. The money gobbling runs away luckily with some money still in their bag, so you can hear those coins bouncing. And sometimes when your own cards flee after losing a fight, they whistle innocently as if nothing happened. There are a
Wow.
lot more things to discover, like the ice block starts creaking when you hit it 3 times, or the fact that sound effects are always in tune to the music, so it won't sound annoying.
I kind of want to play this again because it seems like such a charming little game.
Most of the music implementation in Wild Frost is quite straightforward. It mainly relies on looping tracks. But there are a few spots where the music becomes a bit more adaptive. I wanted to make sure that there was some rest before and after fighting. As players enter a battlefield, the music is first in a state of calm.
Oh, I remember playing like 2 hours of it. Sounds free. I got my ass handed to me like every run but one.
That we transition into the actual battle track. This system is then set up across all our battle locations via our audio middleware Fmod and integrated into the game's engine, Unity.
That do be roguelikes. You right.
While the art of Wild Frost is rather cute, the battles are really the opposite.
The
It's a
juice.
challenging game, so I wanted the battle sounds like hits or special abilities to really sound fat and juicy.
I would love to make a game and just like spend
think there are 3
hours
steps
working
that I
on the
took to make this
soundtrack,
possible.
you know?
The first one being the right amount of frequencies and layers to the sound design itself, like having some sub-bass to give the attack
You
more
mean
weight,
like in
or adding
Darkest
sparkling
Dungeon,
layers
Nick?
with sharp transients to
Darkest
let it
Dungeon
cut
2
through.
kills me.
Here's what I mean by
I'm
that.
so pissed that
First,
I got
you
to
have the
that
following
that
ability
first
without
boss
those
and did so
conditions.
well, only to die.
It sounds okay, but it lacks a bit of that juiciness. So here's the same sound after adding bass and the high frequencies. Also, the rhythm of the sound design is important, as sometimes a small gap before the impact can make the difference.
I
The last step
really
always
want to pick
was
up
a lot of
DD2
testing,
again.
adjusting, and setting all up in our audio middleware Fmod.
Shotgun
For
Showdown. I don't think
example,
I've heard of that one,
side-chained the
Cesar.
music a tiny bit during important impacts like special abilities. That means the music gets quieter for a very short time doing those effects. You might not notice it that much, but it really gives the abilities more space in the whole mix.
It's really cool seeing this like, you know, it's really cool seeing all this like seeing the background, like seeing the game stuff, like the
Thank you very much
composer
for tuning
tracks and
into our
stuff.
little audio deep dive for Wild Frost. Goodbye.
Oh, it's your son. Sit, right, Prince? We played a little. No, wait, this isn't this. This is the similar game. This is Kieran. Sorry, very similar game.
So you are co-composing the game soundtrack with Martin, and you're Ava's voice when she sings, but also for all the efforts and all the breathing sounds.
It's
Yeah,
the
it's
first
a-
time that I do this kind of combo. I went to a national
It's the, like,
dramatic
the-
school in Paris.
they're both a bit
started to ask me
climbing.
to compose for their play, their movies, and I was like, ooh, I
Carlos.
kind of like to dig into someone's universe and to dive into someone's brain. I continue acting, but I really need the project to be special, like this one. The effort sounds part was the more unexpected one because you can't imagine when you're playing how much the sound designer needs material to create the world of the character. And this game is really based on Ava.
It has that kind of
you
like
really needed a lot of sounds. You think when you do
that kind of
is this
like
enough?
colorless
But it's
cell
not.
shadedness that like
I had to do,
um,
like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours.
Breath of the Wild has.
has. Sports in the studio. It was awesome. And the music is super interesting because I'm more used to do classical structures.
MMX.
I see it like this. You have to dive into the game. The music comes from the game, from the images, from the situation.
I think Kieran's out yet, is it? Kieran's not out yet.
I improvise.
Hello there.
Hi, Sci Fox.
Between half an hour and 2 hours of music, searching a lot. First time I brought my loop station. This is kind of my best friend because it's a continuous flow. It comes with an idea that I can just, without stopping. The editing part comes after, and that's the part that I don't like. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll
Oh,
try
fuck is going on with her lights?
in front of someone else who was Martin that I didn't know, and I was intimidated because I know his work and all. But it happens that it was like super soft and super like two weird people in the studio trying things without talking. It was so cool. We kind of inspired each other like this. I brought the loop station and I brought my violin and the voice. After I brought a trombone and
Yeah,
a
Descent was
wave
really
drum.
cool.
It's
Descent
like a
was made by
magic box and
Dontnod.
you have, like, bunch
I
of
still need to finish that game,
sounds in it. So
but
just,
I don't think Kieran's out yet, is
yeah,
it?
it's like a playground. And
It's
then
it's
it
coming
starts
out
and-
soon.
And you go with the
If I
flow.
remember correctly.
And then Martin's here and he listens, and we choose together which part is the best
Oh, do that, okay.
or interesting one. Then I work at my place. Then he works. Then we.
That's
we
because your
mix
face stripe.
Our works. So yeah, it's awesome. At the beginning, I was like, okay, maybe I'm totally out of the way of doing soundtrack. It happens that I was
Totally out of how to do
pattern,
this.
but I was inspiring him and he was inspiring me, channeling the idea. He's recording and he's like, okay, what do you think? And I'm like, okay, maybe this and that. And I love it. I really love this. A lot of things that we didn't use in the main moment. Martin took it and spread it a little in the whole game. Like, it's not music, but it's around. It's like the mountain is alive. And
It looks so
everything
pretty.
is alive.
Hey, Lois.
It's cool because we have a really different way of working. I'm like, and he's super calm, and so it really completes the two energies. This is like the surprise of this experience. Yeah, it's really special. The mood, the design,
The backpack's cool.
the
That's
fact
interesting.
that it's really radical. It's not an easy game. It's super deep. I see it as scales. It has a lot of scales. One is very, very beautiful, very light, very like inviting. You want to stay in the game forever.
And chat also, I forgot to do it, but if you want to check out the Stevenson website, there it is there.
Alone, and it's very technical. The first time I tried the game, I was breathing with her. I was really like, and I like that because it demands a lot as a player. You can't be like this playing. You're like, okay, I'm gonna play. And you choose your path. In a sense, this is a very mature game. It's like a mirror.
How do you connect to Ava?
I connect very much.
It makes me
actually.
think,
I felt I had to do this game. I had to create space in my life.
the sit up and you can't be like slouched to play it thing. Yeah.
She's climbing all the time. She has one goal.
It reminds me of that
She
other
just
climbing game we
needs to
played.
go further. Anything like
Where you picked
crossing
your
the path,
journey and then you had to go.
So I'm like this. I'm like, no, I need to go a bit further and then I'll rest later. We only live once, so I'm like, let's go, let's do it.
Are you ready for Cammy? It doesn't look so bad, does it?
Kieran. Can't go wishlist something, Steam. Kieran looks awesome. Okay, so this is called Paperhead. Hello? We got a little bit of a horror game going on here.
Hello, my name is Jonas Turner, and I am the sound designer and music composer for Paperhead. In Paperhead, a lot of the visual elements are made out of cardboard or paper, And I wanted to include that as a core element of the sound design as well. Let's check it out.
It's actually crazy, like how insanely talented some of these like indie designers are. That's kind of cool.
Of course, we use other sound sources too besides paper. Let's have a brief listen of the game in proper motion and look at some action gameplay.
This makes me think of damn, that cardboard had some serious blood in it. It makes you think of that, what's it called? Oh, my happy neighborhood or whatever. I really love how they've done the sound design for this one. Cardboard Autogo. It's Cardboard Doom.
The action is visceral.
Paper Doom guy.
Much in your face. But there is much more. There are parts where you explore this weird spooky place. Let's have a look at some of these moments.
Spooky place. I want to play this. This looks like super fun.
A lot of the soundscape in the game is meant to be spooky just by using ambient tones emanating from objects in the rooms. But sometimes we like to add a little extra.
Oh, is that a gun? Is that like a stake gun? Oh. Binding of Doom.
As you hear, the music comes in various forms, be it action.
I kind of wish I got into sound design now.
Exploration. Or even complete ambient. Some of the music sources might even play from within the levels, like in this spooky room.
You are making a mistake. Sure, Darkblade, go for it. There we go. I mean, the thing is, like, I think, like, the good thing about nowadays, Zan, is that you can, even though you've probably been to university or whatever, you could probably...
The prologue episode is free, so go and experience it.
Oh, there's a prologue for free.
Tell your friends about it. They're coming.
That's cool. Yeah, I think like the cool thing about these days is that you can turn around and do sound design stuff, but like as a hobby, and get good enough at it that you could like like turn it into a career.
Hi everyone, I'm Nils, aka Støysnak. I'm the game director and composer on the game Figment 2 Creed
So
Valley.
you remember we played Figment 2?
Theme song from that game.
It's that funny little game.
I'm coming back to the surface now. Yeah, my head's been gone for so long. Looking for things that I didn't need, but now it's time to move on.
Speaking of which, chat, if you want to win a copy of Figment 2, exclamation mark raffle.
A home is not a house. As long as I'm with you, we'll work it out. This tangled walk down these pathways, we'll make it out if you hold my hand. Things may change, maybe it's okay that they don't turn out like we planned. Nothing stays the same. The only certainty I know, there's a million ways to work it out. So hold on, and I think we'll be okay. There are lights on our way that will guide us.
Good friend, Orblet. Exclamation mark raffle, chat, if you want to win a copy of Figment 2.
And today might be the day that we find who we are once again.
It's crazy that this man is doing basically doing a free man band. He's singing, he's doing guitar, he's doing, what do they call it again? That's like not a xylophone. You know what I'm talking about.
Place can also tear us apart. But let's hold on tight and
Harmonica, that's the one, thank you.
Before we change our heart.
I also love that he's got a PS2, a PS1, a 360, I think it's an N-Gage, and a Dreamcast all around him.
As long as I'm with you, we'll work it out. So let's hold on, and I think we'll be okay. There are lights on our way that will guide us. Yeah, hold on, and today might be the day that we'll find who we are once again. Yeah, I know.
I used to play the flute in school, office.
Yeah, I know I will see you again.
And I played the keyboard in high school.
I know I will see you again.
Figment 2 is such a cool little game.
That's it. Take care.
That's it. Leave. Get out of my room.
And we're back! Don't forget to wishlist Worship, Karen, and Paperhead, and check out Little Kitty, Big City, Wild Frost, and Figment 2 that are all on sale. What is up next, Hans?
Next up, we have Arranger, a role-puzzling adventure. It's a charming and thoughtful tile-based puzzle game. They've prepared a musical performance of the game's OST. Then we'll have Nights in
I
Tight
feel that,
Spaces,
Carlos.
which is the follow-up of Fights in Tight Spaces, with a dubstep, electro, boiler room style video. It's pretty interesting. And then we'll have Tiny Glade, which is the recent indie hit.
Oh,
that'll
I
be
just realized.
showcasing the
Hans
audio
is the guy who
design
reached out to
behind
me,
such a
chat.
cute and relaxing game.
This is the guy I've been
Then
emailing.
it's Peglin with Adam, aka Crashtroid, who's going into a soundtrack deep dive and remix. And we'll end this block with Henry Halfhead, giving us a Tiny Desk-like performance of 2 tracks. Enjoy.
Yeah, this is your last 30 seconds, by the way. If you want to win a copy of Figment 2 exclamation mark raffle now. Ranger, a role puzzling adventure. I
En
like
agosto de 2023,
the music.
Fui a lo del Chris, Autopista del Sonido, a grabar unas músicas para el videojuego A Ranger, a Role Puzzling Adventure. Grabar allí fue como hacerlo en una segunda casa, la verdad.
And our winner is Denjima. Denji, speak up in chat to claim your prize. We guess congratulations to Genji chat.
La lista de temas y de pistas a grabar era bastante extensa, pero los mates con los chicos me hicieron los días más que amenos. Siempre hay nervios cuando grabas. Querés que salga como lo tenés en tu cabeza. Y a mí este tema que estamos escuchando, Problemas Tentaculares, era el que más nervioso me tenía porque tiene muchas secciones diferentes y varía mucho la energía que va teniendo. Toda la experiencia de haber trabajado en este juego fue increíble para mí. Gemma, el personaje que manejamos, es una persona curiosa que se pregunta por lo que hay más allá. Es exploradora, cuestionadora. En mi vida personal me siento un poco como ella. No solo porque viví en muchos lugares diferentes buscándome, sino que además cuestiono todos los días el orden absurdo del mundo. Esta conexión que yo siento fue una de las cosas que me ayudó mucho a la hora de hacer una música sincera. Y eso no podría haber sido sin la libertad que me dieron también.
Man, that's a good vibe. I like his hat too. Why didn't bongo work? There you go. Epics. Denjima, you gotta speak up in chat to claim your prize.
El juego va pasando por diferentes lugares y tonos, y a pesar de que uso samples e instrumentos electrónicos, yo creo que un elemento que le da personalidad a esta música es la guitarra y el charango. No como instrumentos genéricos, más bien haciendo referencia a los míos. No sé si es que son particularmente buenos, la guitarra debe tener mi edad, pero yo les siento como si tuvieran un espíritu propio al cual no cuesta mucho llamar.
Catch you later, Lotus. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Esto que estamos escuchando es el resultado de muchas conversaciones. No fue difícil inspirarse en el trabajo de mis compañeros, tanto con el diseño que plantea el Nico, la historia y los personajes del Nick, y la dimensión visual que se
I really like the style, like, and the music.
Este es el tema más rockero de la
There you are. Denji, send me a message on Discord. You win. You won the game. Exotic hello.
El costado aventurero del juego me dio la chance y aproveché para grabar baterías, que es el instrumento que más me gusta tocar.
We have 10 keys to give away, Harry. Denji, send me a message. Just DM me on like Discord or whatever, and I'll send you the key. Because we're partnering with Safe and Sound today, then Harry, to show off these music music festival. So they're giving us 10 keys to give away. Go for it, Darby. I think it would be really cool. I want to learn. I do. I just finding the time to do it is where my problem comes in.
Wow, me deja re nervioso ese tema del orto, boludo.
Is it up? Same game, different song. Here we go. Oh, I love a good chord. Just making music in general, Kamari. Probably keyboard stuff, to be fair. GarageBand, that was the app I was thinking of. I think I have still that on my iPad. Making friends, fighting. This is that really cute little RPG where like you move like the line, it moves the line for everything. You're a DJ. Do it, Kilos. Play all the music. Can't teach her what though. Many different games, Harry. I'm basically waiting until they pop up as like the song pops up, and then I'm giving the key away for that game. So the exclamation mark giveaway. I named a couple of games in there. I'm just going to make some early drafts. Oh, rough you. Larun, I wish you have a good sleep, okay? We'll see you again tomorrow. This game looks cute. I don't know if it's a game that I would play, but I think it's something Simple would play. I like the music though. I think that's again like my thing with Undertale. Not my kind of game to play, but fantastic music. I remember I used to do those when they were like little physical plastic things. You slide the little blocks around and try and make a picture. I remember doing that. A ranger, a role puzzling adventure. Oh, is this another? This might be another. No, maybe the end. I think that might be the end of the Ranger section. You know, I mean, I actually want to make an RPG Maker game so that I can say that I've done it. Again, the time to make it is where I lack. I might do it over Christmas because we'll be working from home because of all that. So I might try and make an RPG Maker game over Christmas. Because it'd be funny. This is the game you were talking about, Nights in Tight Spaces. The sequel. Galaxy Protein, thank you so much to the follow. Welcome to the Kraken. It's a little cold up here, but I'm sure we can find a way to keep you warm. Bog Bristol Clock Factory. Oh, I cannot. Okay, I like that. That's cool. It's very stylistic. This is such a Bristol thing to do. Everyone's standing in a really tiny room, just having a sesh. If you haven't played Fights, I haven't. I've never even heard of it, Kirlos. There's a bunch of knights in a tight space, so they didn't lie. Boom, boom, boom. It's like a dubstep, like RPG. You're not a fan of those? That's fair. I like the little guy in the hood. He's all like... Makes me happy. Bom, bom, bom. He's DJing, man. DJing. I think I'd love to learn how to DJ at some point. I'll be DJ Louis Jeff. Burm, burm, burm. New hobby there. I mean, you're right. Look, I feel like I'm at the level of Jack and Mark that I've played enough games, right, that I can make my own shit now. I just need to bridge the gap of how, and then I could make a really good game. I feel, because like, I feel like as gamers we know what's best, right? We know what people want. We know what we want, which is what the gamers want. Whereas like developers, the previous guy who ran PlayStation, he's now worked for Tencent, and he said people need to stop chasing Fortnite. And I feel that because so many people make Fortnite likes or make the safe game, right? But like, they need to start making like unique and less safe stuff. At least that's what I want. I want to see stuff that people actually want rather than what people think will make money. I know, Nick, I know. I mean, that's why fucking that really shit Rocksteady game happened. I will be playing Jack's game, Harry. The moment I get the chance, I will play it. Right, Cure. And then there's a person on the phone. He looks a bit like Danny Sexbomb. Well, it's what they're saying, like, so like to make a AAA game, right? It's like the triple digits of millions now, like 100 million plus, to make a AAA game. we need more AA games again. We really need more AA games. We need more things like Evil West. Right? Evil West was very basic. It was like God of War. If God of War was like a vampire slayer, but it was fun and I loved it. Like we played the whole game in a day because I just could not put it down. And it was like a 14-hour game. So we need more stuff like that. Liza P was absolutely fantastic. We played, well, it took us like 3 days, but we got through it. And I didn't stop. Vampire Survivors. I'd never say it's never a good game. That's the thing, like if you make something on like RPG Maker that costs nothing but your time and maybe like 50 quid, right? And then you sell it for like a $5, and if you sell like a more than it's worth, you've made profit, and that's a good start, right? I don't know. Hey, Submissive, well, welcome in. We'll see, chat. One day maybe I'll be a game developer and we'll all laugh at like how that happened. I'll do a Pharrell and just like dance on people's tables. Submissive Wolf, I get the 50 stream streak. Well, I think it's because they need to make a certain amount per game, Nuke, in order to, you know, even break even. Hell no, $20 in there. Ori was the same, right? Ori was about 20, I think. 25 for the sequel, 20 for the original. Or 15? I can't remember. Chat, somebody learn, like let's learn together. Let's learn to make games and also music. All right, we'll learn to both together and we'll just make games. I'm back at the RPG Maker and I've said any different things. You almost had to go the fuck away. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like they're. It's a stepping stone, right? RPG Maker is a stepping stone into Unity, in my opinion. I did a little bit of Unity back in the day, like if I had to use Unity to make games, but I'd rather stepping stone into Unreal. I think learning Unreal 5 would be like the next best thing you could do. Next up, Tiny Glade. Why does Tiny Glade ring a bell? I'm sure I've heard Tiny Glade before. Yeah, I don't like Unity games. They're not the best made. I don't think this, as from the little bit that I remember fucking around with it, it does not it doesn't allow you a lot of control that you'd want. But I think Unreal is where the real money is. I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. Domini Alice? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Kraken. It was a little cold up here, but I'm sure we can find a way to keep you warm. He's pointing at us with his music. His music, man. I'm interested now. I want to go check out that the first one. Nights in Tight Spaces 1, whatever that was called again.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Martin and Oda from Tiny Glade team, and we're going to do like
I know, Nook, I fixed it.
the music.
It just does that occasionally when I'm talking.
Last night, 2 nights ago, and
Yeah, it was Cyfox. That's the one. Yeah. That was a sequel. It's a sequel to
It's a little
Fights.
game where you build castles, villages, ruins.
Thank you,
feel
kiddos.
like at your own pace.
There are no goals other than those you set for yourself, and we ultimately wanted to create a space where people can relax. We worked very closely with Anna and Tom from Panslide to find the right style for both sound design and music to really capture and enhance the world of possibilities that
I
they
love
were
the brick
creating.
sound. The brick sound is
Martin
really
did a little
pleasant.
sound design intro for last year's Save and Sound, so this time we're focusing more on the music.
There are actually only 2 instruments that have been recorded live, and that is the flutes, which is my mom playing, and the trumpet, which is me. The rest are all virtual instruments. This was because we didn't have a budget. We could record me for free. My mom was more than happy to, for the first time in her life, be a studio musician.
The studio setup that we have is very much homemade. It's just like they're.
I will give it a look, Kilos, because I got what's it called?
And then
Oxenfree. Oxenfree 2 is like 95% off, so I picked it up today.
We get a bit less reverb in the recordings. And then here is my sound card, and then here's my laptop, and that's it.
The reason why most of the other wind instruments have really just staccato sounds and not really sustained notes is that it takes less time to program and make it sound good. And also, the shorter notes meant that there would be actually more space for the sound design as well. It also makes the transitions between different time of day and different instruments easier to navigate inside of Fmod.
Alright, we are here inside of Fmod. This is the Autumn
God,
Blade
Fmod.
Music System event, and
I haven't
this is
used
one of
this
the
for
tracks
years.
called Autumn Sun. Here you can see all the instrument stamps that we have for this
Really
track,
is.
which is quite a lot. We have a few different parameters here, like music intensity, music richness, day-night, and so on. And I'm gonna set up the day-night parameter to increase over time.
I remember using this in
Music
university
intensity
when we
is
were making
0,
a
which
documentary.
means we just started a new blade and
Hey, yo,
also
Domin.
haven't
Welcome
built a
in.
lot. This one decides which intensity layer each instrument is playing. Which is what the
We can
purple,
post it this
blue,
week because it
green,
was
yellow
easy
boxes
to
are.
edit.
So basically,
Editing's a
if you've built
bitch.
lot,
Don't let
the
anyone
music
tell you
becomes more
otherwise.
complex to match
It is
what you can
not.
see on
It is
screen.
not fun.
I'll just increase this manually as we go, which means we won't get the nice fades that we get in game, but oh well. So now it's at 0.3, and that's a bit more
Bye
fleshed out.
bye.
And day night is increasing by itself, so it's
Catch you there,
only
Kalios.
day.
Enjoy Dragon Age.
Let's switch to 0.6 now. That's even more fleshed out. And we're now in the evening.
What an easy way, right? That's funny. It's like speedrunning.
And topmost intensity. And it's middle of the night. So we're switching between different instruments depending on what time of day it is, and each instrument also has the 4 different richness levels triggered by the music richness parameter to match how long or how much you've been building.
That's nice and
Just
calm.
for fun, to make things a little bit more complicated, we also have the music intensity parameter, which is connected to the sound effects.
Right, Sophie's is very relaxing.
So if you're building a lot and the volume of the building sounds are above a certain threshold, that will cause the parameter value to increase, which will make different instruments fade out according to the settings assigned to them.
I do like the brick noise
And then if you stop building,
they
the
had in the
parameter
game.
will start decreasing because there's no audio pushing the value upwards, and that will make the instruments fade back in until the tune is fully fleshed out again.
Like the brick noise that you'll hear when they build something. It's just really pleasant to hear. Yeah, like that little brick noise, like that. It's nice. That makes my ears happy.
One of my favorite things about working on TinyGlade was that the narrow scope of it allowed us to go really deep with everything we did. The music system got to be as complex as it is specifically because there's no narrative or fast-paced action to underscore. Instead, we got to focus on getting our players into the right mindset to relax and be creative, and on making the environment feel alive and dynamic with a soundscape that adapts to the day-night cycle and various themes. I've never worked on anything that has as many parameters per sound as this game, and bug fixing and mixing became quite interesting towards the end.
I kind of want to play this just because it's really comfy.
That I'm sure people feel but don't actively notice, like how a small building sounds lighter than a big one when you move it around, and if you zoom out really far, there's a different type of wind. And then there's wooden elements that are added in as the layer for half-timber buildings, and that's for all types of building sounds. The level of detail is so impressive, and that of course applies to the visuals and everything else as well, and I feel incredibly lucky that I got to be part of it.
Yeah, you just want to kiss me, Miko.
Tom and Anna.
We all know.
Another thing that ended up having a big impact on the
music.
Good.
We're just watching a music festival.
Trailers that we made, because at that point I had not yet had time to make more than a few sketches.
Harry.
Since we didn't have any in-game music, I had to make something that felt like it captured the personality of the game, and that ended up being a very good starting point and reference for the rest of the tracks. For example, the very first announcement trailer had short musical phrases with a lot of silence between them because we wanted to evoke curiosity.
Oh, that's just pleasant to see. It looks so good.
Often swapping between different ones within the same track to allow space for ambience, and it also added a nice and slightly uneven ebb and flow, which makes the tunes feel less static.
No, Mako, you're not allowed.
The trailer that we did for a future game show. Here, the music was based on a sketch I made inspired by the first trailer. The music is much more fleshed out than the announcement trailer, and also much more than the in-game music. This track ended up being the main inspiration for the main theme, which is both in the menu music and also has a different variation per glaive.
I would also like to point out that the music would not sound at all the way it does now if it weren't for the fact that Tom and Anna came with so much feedback. The soundtrack for Tiny Glade is definitely not something that I made on my own. It's been a team effort for everyone who's been on the team.
Hey, my name's Adam. You might know me as Crashdroid.
Oh, it's Peglin.
I'm the composer for Peglin, and I've done additional music on Foul Damage. Today, I want to break down a little bit of the music that I've worked on for Peglin and really talk about and highlight the storytelling and instrumentation features in the game. Peglin includes a few different instruments that are pretty integral to its identity, namely a piano, an upright bass, and a marimba. As you go further through the game, you'll start to discover new instruments that mean new things to the story and world of Peglin. So without further ado, let's open it up and explore some of that music. For our song breakdown, I wanted to talk about the later stages in the game, specifically the mines. These are some of my personal favorite songs in all of Peglin, and I really wanted to kind of pick them apart.
I love how he's got like a little Peglin VTuber.
So a little sample for you here.
A little Peglin VTuber going on over here. Off my nice shoe.
So one of the primary things about this track that makes it stand out compared to the rest of the soundtrack is the way that I've written the bass. I'm combining this contact bass with a different patch from a plugin that I really like called Massive.
That's a good beat. I like that.
It's a very bubbly synth kind of sound, and because it's really, really low down, it kind of complements the bass in a way of giving it a little bit of sliminess and a little bit of grunge. It's not a very comfortable place to be for Peglin, so that little bit of extra bubble and pop from the bass, I think, helps even that idea out a little bit more. Another thing to note is that the signature marimba line is being affected by a different mallet instrument this time around. This time we've also got a Celesta that is present in the soundtrack as well. This one was chosen a little bit more to identify the crystals in the environment, right? There's crystals everywhere and they shine and they're nice and pretty. So in my mind, it kind of offsets the kind of sinister undertone of the track to have a really pretty soft mallet instrument playing along with the marimba.
I love when people like record stuff and then they don't have time to go back and like fix their recording, so they just like put like little like blurbs over it. I just like it feels more real to me, you know.
and then eventually gets a full
barbecue.
focus right here.
Crystal.
It's nice and soft. It offsets the marimba really well and emblematic of the crystals in this environment, which is its signature look. All the while that we have all these other instruments playing, we have a really sinister, gross kind of choir in the background. Those chords are very important to this song. You'll hear them over and over. Now, the effect stack that I use to build that is on top of a basic choir from Contact again. And you can see here that there's only 3 plugins being used, and all of them actually are default with FL Studio. Gross Beat was the first thing I applied to chop the sound a little bit more and modulate when its volume goes up and down. Then I added some reverb to kind of give it that spacious effect of being in a larger environment like a cave. Then finally, I added a phaser on it and chose a preset here that kind of mangles the sound beyond its original recognition. So I'll turn each one of these on as I play the loop. Watch these 3 orange dots and see what the different plugins will do to the sound here.
Yeah, that could be an interesting little thing to do, right? Maybe we get like a little, we come up with like a little competition or something, and we base it around either making a song or a game, right? In like RPG Maker or whatever
The
you
effect
use.
stacks that I use are pretty simple in my opinion, and I think you can get a lot of mileage out of a lot of default stuff that is included with your software. You'll hear this voice make a recurrence in the song and then eventually in the next one as well. Sometimes it ends up being part of the chords and sometimes it's just ambience. The staircase effect on this audio kind of gives it that idea of slowly progressing towards a deeper and deeper part of the cave. So I chose a couple more sounds to identify parts of the caves that do not belong to Peglin, like in the beginning of the song. You can hear some tuned gongs and a synth line, both again from Massive and Contact. Those are 2 of my favorite plugins, and you'll see them being used quite a bit during Peglin.
Okay, that's a good. I like that. That's nice.
You'll hear the marimba come in quite frequently after the stage elements have been present in the music. The reason I do that all the time
I love
is
how his
just to
default
represent
pose is
Peglin slowly gaining more
just
confidence
both
about
hands
the
up.
environment that they're in, right? There's a little bit of fear, and that eventually transitions to curiosity and then discovery. That's kind of the motif that I use throughout most of the soundtrack, is a story of becoming more comfortable with your environment and then trying to make your own presence in it. It feels a lot like someone's own personal journey, and I try to replicate the feeling of that through the music as much as I can. This is another point to the instruments from the forest, the more Peglin-ish area of the game, being corrupted with different sounds. So we have the melodeon track from the forest, and it's actually being corrupted with a brand new saxophone line, a baritone saxophone to be specific, both of which are from Contact. I'll let you listen to that here.
You want to peggle on the go? I wonder if this is like a dev diary and you'll like release it as such after the show.
In most of the Peglin-centric songs, so the Forest, the Encyclopedia, and other things like that. The reason that I keep adding different instruments to the pre-existing ones is to demonstrate the corruption of Peglins, which if you've played the game, you'll know that many of the enemies within it actually are Peglin adjacent and have either been corrupted or possessed in some way. And as Peglin is discovering that, there's a certain level of familiarity, but also uncomfortability. That's where we get the synth layer added to the bass. That's where we get the melodeon being layered with the saxophone, and it kind of pushes that idea more. Now, for one of my favorite tracks in the game, I wanted to show you a little bit of the boss theme of the mines, which could represent one of any 3 final bosses of
Yeah,
the game.
Darkblade. I remember people telling me about it, and I was like, it's a cool concept, but I don't know if I'd play it too much, so I never bought into it.
And immediately you can tell right when the bass starts going wild, right? The bass is moving quicker than it ever has before in the game. And because it is so iconic to the mines to be focused on the bass, I really wanted to highlight that during this.
Yeah, me too, Sophie. Yeah.
of the final elements actually added to this track was the choir stabs, where I got a plugin. It's from Spitfire Audio. It's called Originals Epic Choir, and it has these short staccato syllable sounds that I found really, really interesting. They get randomized as I use them, so they actually end up being different without me having to modulate them at all on my own.
Oh.
You'll hear them a lot through the song, and they kind of lend a more like powerful and dramatic feel to the song. I'm sure you had an idea that choirs would do that to a song, and this is the finality of Peglin, right? That's why I ended up using it in this song and not in any others. The drums are actually the exact same kit all the way through the game. Every song from the very beginning of the forest to the end of the mines uses the same drum kit exactly. I ended up choosing this to make sure that the feel was consistent between those few instruments that were iconic to Peglin, but it goes way harder near the end of the game.
I want to hear like the full song. Like I want him to play it all together.
Now that you've had a chance to understand the process that goes into these songs, I'll just give you a second to listen to it. Thank you so much for stopping by and listening. I really appreciate it. I hope this was both educational and maybe a little bit of fun at the same time too. This is Crashtroid from Red Nexus Games. Have yourself a good one. Enjoy the rest of Save and Sound 2024.
Yeah, I really like it, the little VTuber. It's very cute. Is it just like what's it, like Pong? Is it called Pong? Is it just like that? Like an RPG version of Pong? Is that what this is? Like Peggle, that's the one, sorry. Like I've not played these games in a while. That was cool. Did you Wolfie? Hi.
Hi, my name is Lucien.
This is Henry Halfhead.
The upcoming game Henry Halfhead.
I don't know what Henry Halfhead is.
My name is Riggy, and I'm here to help Lucia perform a few songs for you.
Henry Halfhead is all about a quirky sandbox game. As Henry, you can basically possess a lot of objects in the game. For example, you can be an apple, but you can also play as a paper plane.
I see those
or
faces
maybe as an apple seed. It's up
on
to you.
the devices.
It's all about being a playful person
And the lamp.
having
And
access
the
to your
current.
playful mind, and I think this is really important for us human beings. That's also why we are playing music, because we like playing music. So we have adapted some songs of the soundtracks that we can basically just perform them for you guys live. We hope you're gonna enjoy our performance and stay active and playful. Have a good night, evening, or day. Bye.
I'm not gonna be that active. I'm streaming your whole thing, bro. You're in the camera. Not sure about this one, chat. The lamp's staring into your soul, Arashi. It wants you. I think they should have been cutting in like bits of the game for this. I think we should have like bits of the game cut in over this. Like I think that's what we should have had for this. Ah, that's that weird lamp again. Nothing stopping you learning keyboard now, then. I like the beat. The beat is really nice. The kind of like alien space noises are a bit weird, but oh, the man is playing 2 keyboards at once, which is kind of crazy. He's got a piano and 2 keyboards. Oh, hi.
I'm an apple. Apple, apple. 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 I'm gonna be the key. I'm gonna be the key. I'm gonna be the key. I'm gonna be the key.
It's weird because it like on one minute it draws me in, and then on the other I'm like, I'm in that middle ground.
I can simply be anything. Let me just possess anything. Because I'm Henry Harford. Yeah.
Yeah. I get that the whole thing is that they're doing a song about being able to possess things. Maybe it is. You know what? Maybe it's perfect. I don't know. I haven't played the game. Yeah, the guy on the free keyboards is Christoph Bonner. So, maybe. Guy singing is Lucien Guy Montaron. Oh, he's on the drums now, chat. It just proves, chat, that any kind of music can make it in video games and in the industry. I wonder if that paper on top is there like intentionally to change the sound, or if it's there just as like it's got notes on it. They've got it on their shirts, they've got it on their keyboard, they've got it on the curtain, they've got it on the lamp, they've got it on pretty like a lot of things, Prince. The bit that's sending me is the microphone in front of the guy on the free keyboards looks like one of the SingStar microphones, and I'm like, are they just using the SingStar microphone completely different than it was meant to be used? That's another question about the chains. Are the chains on that top symbol to change the sound of that symbol?
Thank you so much for watching. That was all from us, and it would mean a lot to us if you would wishlist Henry Halfhead on Steam, and also follow us on Twitter, Lulu Games, or at Lucien Guy Montandon. We had a pleasure to play here, and have a nice time. Bye.
That was wonderful. You know, Kate, have you ever heard someone call another person acoustic? Does that mean they're musically good? Anyway, Arranger is on sale, and their soundtrack is also on sale. Nights in Tight Spaces has a demo up right now. Tiny Glade is on sale, and Peglin is also on sale. So just a reminder, there's about 70 to 80 games on sale on the Steam event.
What do you mean Zyvox?
All of them being previous or current Save and Sound participants. So please do yourself and your ears a favor and go check them out.
We'll kick the next block off with our fellow Albo-based
Oh no, that was two different people.
Games and a debut game, Glum, where you do a lot of kicking. They prepared an upbeat performance for us of the game's soundtrack. After that, we have Celestial Return, a sci-fi noir RPG by Metaphor Games, with a dark and energetic performance. Next up, we have Headley's Run, a Starship Saga, a thrilling roguelike space shooter, with an audio deep dive into the game's intense combat music. Then, we've got Rightfully Berry Arms, a violently cute bullet hell roguelike with a dynamic concert and a deep dive into the game's soundtrack. Coming up next is Mixed Universe, a musical sandbox game where its creator Chris Zuko makes a music track from scratch. We'll end this block with
Who's Adam
Escape
Setzer,
from Ever
Rashi?
After by Sleepy Castle Studios, a magical, story-rich RPG and a deep dive into its jazzy soundtrack. Now, sit back, enjoy the ride.
The ride. G for Glum. Okay. Is that like a baseball bat? Oh, Fights and Tight Spaces was that, I like the look of that, actually. Bum, 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 bum. As far as I'm aware, it's like Angerfoot, but like you're playing like a kind of weird furry creature. So Alexander Edvers was the guy who's voicing Glum, and this is William Scoff Hansen, who's like doing all the music.
Let's go.
I like how they're presenting it, right? Again, this is what it looks like. You got like the guy playing, you've got the music thing, and then you got like the game, right? That's what we this is how this is a good way to do it. Glum. Boom. That was a chicken. There are many chickens. Alright, okay, so you're using your kicks to bounce around. That's like... Okay. Well, here we go. And this is Sebastian Bent. What the fuck? Dark Blade, you're dark. I like how he only has one shoe on. I guess it's because the character only has one shoe on. I really like the little guitar bit here. Boom. Yeah, is that creature? Look at him. It's Snow Saber, hello. The demo's it now for Glum Chat. Go check it out. Beep. Oh, hello. Celestial Return. I'm curious. That plant has a face. Oh, Jesus. I like the art style of it is a little creepy, which is kind of cool. It looks like one of those social deduction games where you play a detective, probably try to figure out a murder or something. Oh, it's a D20 game. It's like a dice, thingy game. Oh, we watched it on stream on Saturday then, and we all cringed. I love it when you see these like the rooms where these people are recording their stuff in, and there's always multiple instruments and like old style consoles and stuff. Well, here we go. The beat's finally picking up. I like the art style, like that character there, she's kind of cool. You can tell that drum is it's been hit a few times. Okay. What? I have no idea what's going on in this game. Okay, hold on. I feel like that, Zan. The studio is really cool, though. I like the studio. Ooh, three-headed katana cyborg. I wonder. I'm assuming they just have they added the lifeline noise afterwards. I like the guitar. The guitar is makes my ears happy. Hey Romania, how you doing?
Good. So we have a plan.
Cool. Interesting. Celestial Return chat. Check it out. I love the vibe, but I have no idea what the game's about.
Strange things are happening every day. Hier kom groot kak translates directly as here comes big shit. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So
I'm getting whiplash.
Layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and onions of layers of story. I don't think you guys can hear that, but there's some really weird noises outside. Anyway, thank you for watching.
Hadley's run.
Right. So, hello, everyone. This is the deep dive of our boss fight trek for Hadley's Run. And it's called Opskop, which is an Afrikaans word. Opskop, how do I describe it? It's like a party where people will probably end up fighting.
I assume that she's from
Yeah,
the same
just play some music first.
side of the world as Nanook. They have a very similar, like, talking tone. I mean, I hope that goes well. I hate the
Use a lot of
dentist.
samples, like this one, which you can hear is like kind of an Eastern sitar instrument. Okay, so that Ashmin, what you're hearing is me counting in Sumerian, one of the oldest languages in the world, because we have 3 galaxies and they all have their own vibe. And one of the galaxies is a very ancient galaxy known as the Ezdian galaxy. So I wanted to reflect that ancientness in the music.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that the Sumerian was like that old. We're learning things, chat.
That's African chanting. So it's like I found these like African Zulu chanting samples online. I would go and record actual people chanting in Zulu if I was in my own country, but I'm not. I'm in the Arctic and I'm not even with my team. So it's been quite a thing doing all of this with my team all the way in the south of the planet, and I am all the way on the north of the planet. You can ask me about it if you'd like, but it's a very long story and I only have a few minutes to do this deep dive with everyone. We do what we can, and yeah, I just use a lot of these like
Interesting.
things that I found, and a little bit of MIDI here and there, and then also my synth, which I carried across the globe with me. It's very heavy though. But I did it.
I love how she's talking, but like her music's like louder than her. And she's like, yeah! You know, I like these kinds of games, and my brain can keep up with them for a little bit, but once it gets to a point, my brain just loses all track in motion.
That's my boy.
That's the keyboard.
So, I mean, as you guys are probably noticing, I'm basically just showing you the music. And from my side, that was the biggest thing for me, was basically just to create something unique, create something musical that is not just like something, you know, some repetitive stuff that people have to listen to. Well, it is repetitive. It's supposed to put you in kind of like a flow state, but I like to have a lot of emotion, a lot of depth, a lot of symbolism in the music that people don't necessarily pick up on while they're playing, right? So, I mean, while you're playing, you're not necessarily going to notice that someone is saying the following while you are playing.
Time travel and space travel and black holes and time warp.
Time travel and space travel and black holes and time warp. This looks like a pretty crazy game. I think you could get maybe about halfway through this before I lost track of everything.
I like to chop things, like this area here. You can see lots of chopping.
There is a lot of chopping. There is a lot.
You can use. There's an app for that. There's like a filter or an effect or whatever for that. But I like to do things manually, so I become quite obsessed with chopping things up in this game.
Oh yeah, I could put this. I could put this music on at a party, and no one would know this was game music.
I don't know. Like, I get very immersed in the thing that I'm working with, and the game's vibe itself kind of like reflects in the way that I compose. So like the whole chopping things up and like the distorted like jerked audio is also reflective of the story and of the gameplay itself, where you get thrown in and out of these like wormholes, right? That are kind of like chopped up pieces of time. This game has so many layers to it. Like, it's like you have so much story that you will only uncover if you actually die.
Oh, great.
Play the game, like you have to
Roguelike and
When
bound.
you die, you go back into like into the wormhole, back kind of where you started, but everything's then a little bit different. But the thing is the story is different as well. So there's like so much story. I couldn't believe it when I actually played the game finally. I realized like there's so many layers to the story. It's just layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and onions of layers of story.
She likes she likes this for the term onions of layers.
Like how many times you die, how much story you're going to uncover. And I guess it's the same with our country. It's like subjective. It's like you go there and every person will have a different experience. and there's so many languages, and there's so many cultures, and there's just so much. There's like, it's got a lot of muchness.
So I'm getting the game and the soundtrack just to give the soundtrack to the Kamari. Understood.
Humble. And I think that's reflective of our game. It's like it's a humble game, but it's got so much to it. Like every little
Ogres
part,
have layers.
you know, in my music, it's like every small little piece has a story, you know, and has a muchness to it. The main kind of home world is based around Johannesburg, which is in South Africa, if you didn't know. And South Africa is a very, 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 very diverse country. Many different languages. One of
The fact we went from like music to no music to her talking under the music to her talking in no music is just my brain.
which is translated "Hier kom groot kak," translates directly as "Here comes big shit." Yes, here comes big shit, which is the direct translation. Yeah, so once again, that like adding these kind of elements, story elements.
This lady's unhinged and I like it.
But yeah, for me, you know, it's all about the feeling. I think it's all about the feeling. It's all about creating a feeling where the person feels like they've got drive, like energized, and they just want to like keep going, and they don't want to stop.
Jump scare and bound.
Right? I mean, that's the whole point. I just want to create the right emotion for the player. A bit of chopping up the
My mind warp. My mind warp.
Anyway, it's all about just doing things we love. Just like making things that we love making. Because I will never stop making music. Even all the obstacles that you get through, you know, like there's not enough money, or you don't have enough resources, or you're in the middle of nowhere, or nobody loves you. All these things play a part in why we can or cannot get things done. But at the end of the day,
She's too real, chat.
truly love doing something.
She's too real.
Get away from that. Lassa loves making games. Romy loves animating. Liam loves writing stories, and I love
This game?
making music, and that's why we did this.
I mean,
I guess that's why no matter what happens, we'll just never stop doing
I will try to play it.
And I'm so
And as I said, I think I'll get halfway through it before I lose my fucking kilt on like where stuff is shooting me from.
making the shit that you love to make, and don't ever apologize for making the shit you love to make. Out.
Damn. Okay, rightfully Berry Arms. Another game I've never heard of, but this one looks cute. I feel like it's been so long since we haven't come across a game I have a code for, so I'm just gonna give away some. I'm gonna give away some of the game just now, chat. So hold on. Let's do. Oh, chat. Excellent raffle if you want to win a copy of a game called Arctic Eggs. I have 2 to give away. So, there will be 2 winners from this raffle. And for people who don't know what Arctic Eggs is, it is... Let me find it for you. Arctic eggs, Arctic eggs, Arctic eggs. Where are you? I don't see it. Okay, I don't see it. 1 second, chat. Arctic eggs. It is a cooking, a sci-fi physics, surreal exploration game. What? Okay. We hungry. Interesting looking game. Overwhelmingly positive reviews though. So there you go. That's a game about cooking, chat. That's the game we're giving away. I like that though. Rightfully Berry Arms. That was very poppy.
Hey everybody, I'm Garrett Rose, the composer for Daylight Basement's upcoming release, Rightfully Berry Arms. It's a goofy bullet hell shoot 'em up roguelite with a ton of.
There's a raffle if you want to win a copy, chat.
The track you just listened to is from
This
the
gives
second dungeon of the
me.
game, the Docks. I wanted
This
to do
gives
a little deep
me
dive on
like
the inspiration and goals for this
a
music
Wizard
and
with
how
a Gun
it
vibes.
functions in the game. So as I mentioned, this game plays
But
a
you're
whole lot with
playing
nostalgia, whether it be
as
in the
Vampy.
character design, the setting aesthetics, or in my case, the music. And this dungeon in particular was a fun one because it was a reference to the classic East Coast fishing towns. And that's a super fun setting because as a kid, it's still got some creepy elements to it, even if it is a classic New Englander vacation spot. And because of that balance of creepy and wholesome, I'm able to use that as a really good launching off point for inspiration. So for this track in particular, I was able to look at references like Irish jigs, classic sea shanties, and then couple that with the hard-hitting soundtracks of people like Darren Korb and the textures of nautical cartoons like Flapjack and SpongeBob. By attempting to balance those sounds, I can make something that exists in a world of true childlike adventure, which is surrounded by the unknowns of the adult world. With those inspirational touchstones in my back pocket, I then had to figure out how to maximize my music. How can I write a short tune and be able to use it in a billion different ways? To do this, I actually wrote 2 melodies that sit on top of one another. There's first the Irish jig.
I do like the Irish jig. It's a good beat.
And then the simplified sea shanty.
Okay. It'd be nice if they had like lyrics.
These 2 ideas can be played together or apart, and then with the added variation of the rock-style music bed, the possibilities are pretty abundant. One of my favorite things about these variations is what happens when you get to the implementation stage. For example, what happens when you fire a weapon, what happens when the room is cleared, how can I maintain excitement for the player, all those kinds of questions. In this dungeon, the music is always remixing and varies between being a tavern-style jig with standard instruments to an 8-bit frenzy with a steady backbeat, and ideally the music doesn't get annoying and the variation adds interest and curiosity for the player. So that's basically the quick and dirty version of what's under the hood for this track, but there's so much more to say. Go ahead and give our game a shot. It's out now in early access and player feedback has been really huge. Check it out and enjoy the tunes, and thanks for listening.
Rightfully Berry Arms chat. Go check it out on Steam. It looks really cute. Like, adorably cute.
Hi folks, happy to be here for Save and Sound, and yeah, my name is Zuko, and I'm the creator of Mix Universe, this musical sandbox game, which I'm going to play today and just make a mix from scratch. So all these individual nodes you can see here
Oh god.
make sounds, and I can edit them, and we'll be playing around with all the different things that you can do in the game as we go. So starting off, we have something like this. Actually, not too bad for auto-generated.
pretty good, yeah.
I feel like a little bit more synthy today.
That's pretty nice.
Maybe a little too long. Okay. So we'll go ahead and I'm just gonna select all of the terrain and get rid of it, and then we'll move all this stuff around. So now we have just this.
Adorably cute, yes.
What I kind of want to do is just mess around and see if there's some sort of... I'm actually going to turn snapping on and see if we got something cool here. I kind of like...
Okay.
So, and then I'll...
Here's a game for you, Darkblade, to make your own sounds.
And follow the pattern. And we'll go a little lower. I kind of dig this. I'll take this, and then we'll transpose it. I'm gonna stack them, I think. I think it'll be really cool. Cool. You see how quickly you can kind of have fun just by transposing the different starting beats of things.
I remember a similar music game, Nord.
Like a
if it's the one if it's the one that I'm thinking of. Hey, Dark Flareon.
So one of the really cool things that you can do is you can add effects to everything. So I can add reverb, and then I can even just make the duration longer for all of the notes. Kind of dig that. So I'm going to bring in a simple kick. So these are just kind of the basics. Which obviously we want a little bit more than that. This sound. What does that sound like? So now I have this. What we can do.
It's like a plap sound.
Yeah, I like that.
You could spend hours playing around with this.
I think what I'm going to try to do.
This is called Mix Universe,
really
Mr. Barbecue.
Where you take these and stack them, so it goes like a.
Hi, Ruby. Oh god, that's okay. That's a nice. That's a very cyberpunk noise.
More.
More.
Down. Down. And then up again. That's pretty cool.
Oh.
I think it turned out pretty sweet.
Hey, what? You can actually go into the game? That's cool.
You're like, wait, where's the other layers? Oh.
Oh. As you like jump through things, you make stuff up here. That's really cool. And then you can fly between them. Okay, see, that's cool as fuck. I would play this just because it would be like funny as hell to make like a little tune and then fly around in it.
And that's it. That's the mix that we made today.
It's a Mix Universe.
And yeah, all the layers are
Zan.
toggleable.
Exactly. It's great that things like this exist.
I wanted to change like the lead off. Turn off the background maybe.
There's a demo that you can currently download. It's also out as well. It's 30% off, so it's £11 for me right now. Apparently Fluffle owns it and recommends it, so
Thanks for checking out the vibes, and hopefully this inspires you to make something in Mixed Universe. That would be awesome. So whatever you post, you can post it on Discord or whatever, and I'll take a look at it. And you can upload it to the workshop, and everybody else can take a look at it too. So have a good day.
that's really cool that you can do stuff like that and like collaborate with people and stuff. Oh, we played this Escape from Ever After. We played the first chapter. All right, chat. Our winners. Hold on. Our first winner is Icy Dragon Breath. Icy, if you're there, say something in chat to claim your prize. And can we get congrats for Icy, please? Our second winner is Zio. Zio, speak up in chat to claim your prize. Can we get congrats for Zio and Icy Dragon Breath, please? You both won Arctic eggs. I really like the look. For now, this is the Safe Sound Music Festival. It's on today and tomorrow. Icy, congrats. Send me a message either here on Twitch or on Discord, and I will get you your key. Ignore my boy taking over the stream for a second there. Ezio. I love the design, like, of the characters in this game. It's really cute. It was called Mixed Universe, Nord. If you're talking about the music one where you build the song. Zio, you also won. Darkblade, you missed a really cool game that you would like for mixing music. Yeah, it's very good. Zio, I sent you your key. Icy, send me a message on Discord and I'll send you your key as well. There we go. Handled. And don't despair, chat. If you didn't win, there are still 6 more keys to give away. Bagheera wants the game. Hello, welcome in. Bagheera, how was Kingdom Hearts? How was your stream? Welcome in. Welcome into the Save and Sound Festival. Escape from Ever After, chat. It's a storybook game where you play as like a storybook hero and you get to meet the big bad wolf and other creatures and run around and save the
And
world.
we're back. Glum, Celestial Return, Headley's Run, Rightfully Buried Arms, Mixed Universe, and Escape from Ever After all have a demo for you
That's
to
good.
play. On top of that, Headley's Run and Rightfully Buried
I'm
Arms
glad.
have
I haven't
a sale
played Kingdom
going
Hearts in a
on,
while.
So check them out. What is up next, Hans?
Wait a second. When was the last time that you drank water? Yeah, you at home. Water check right now. You know, it's important to stay hydrated.
You
And
too,
also, maybe it's
Hans.
time
Water
for our
check
first
right
giveaway.
now.
The lovely people over at Elgato, they've blessed us once more with a sponsor segment, this time with the whole Neo product lineup. They're plug-and-play tools for pro-level sound, video, and control with a nifty Stream Deck Neo at the
Yeah,
heart
run
of it
your
all.
PC version. I
So
need
they're
to
giving away
do that.
a Stream
I think
Deck
I bought them
Neo, a
all.
Wave Neo, a Facecam Neo, a
I think I
Key
bought
Light
them
Neo,
all
and a
on
Game
Epic.
Capture Neo, all in one package. And you can
Yes,
enter this giveaway
maybe.
through the form that we're linking in chat right now. Just as a note,
He's the one that
this is like
I've
a
been emailing
single- we're
Zan,
not
so
counting, you know,
he might
multiple
even be watching. He might be
so that everybody
watching
has
this
singular
chat right now. Who knows?
So thank you again to Elgato for sponsoring the giveaway, but also sponsoring this whole segment. Next up, we have Starstruck Hands of Time, a game that describes itself as a story-rich rhythm adventure
There's
game
me throwing
where
my
you play guitar and
drink on the
use
floor.
time travel. They will be performing music from the game. Then we have Fruit Bus with an audio deep dive on the game's audio systems, and then we'll check out Tiny Bookshop that has a little cozy concert for us. For the second half of the block, we'll be checking out Shapes 2, which is a recent indie hit.
I
and they'll be
might have to
showcasing
play
some
them
neat audio
again soon,
design
Bagheera.
tricks. Then it's time for Cabernet, which will be discussing the philosophy behind the game, and we'll finish up the entire segments with Angel, a breakbeat
Look,
infused
the floor hurt me the other day,
See
Zan,
you
when
on
I
the other
fell
side.
out my chair, okay? I blame the floor entirely. Star Trek Hands of Time. Another game I haven't actually heard of. I blame my chair entirely. I got up after stream, opened my door, and I sat back down on like the edge of the chair, and the chair went ooh, bong, and I went ah, like a dumbass. Like I managed to like keep it from fully falling and like but I just went down with the chair. Ooh, this is nice though. This is. I like the melody. You did get that message, Kamari. I was like, I fell out my chair. Yeah, go follow Bagheera. Go check them out. Bagheera, I hope you had a great time. I hope that you're enjoying Kingdom Hearts. I liked most of them up until 3, and then 3 was good until Apart. And then I was like, So we'll see how 4 does. I'm still tempted just to play that that music version of Kingdom Hearts and just play through all the game as like the songs. Because I have that as well. That's a Yeti. That blue microphone there's a Yeti. I know it. What game is that? They did a hold on. Yeah, Theater Rhythm was the Final Fantasy one. What was it called? I think it was called Melody of Memory. And it basically just has music from the Kingdom Hearts game. But like it's a rhythm game where you play for all the different songs. Did they grind so much? I have no idea. I've never even opened it. It's still sealed on my shelf. But like I got it because I figured it would be a cool little way to play the Kingdom Hearts games because I've played all the stories through. and I wasn't sure if I could stand playing through them again. I might make Kamari play them, because I feel like I can stomach that. Kingdom Hearts, Kamari. Res. I did play Res, yeah. Very long time ago. I either had that on PS4 or 360. I forget. I see Disgaea in the background. I see Splatoon figurines. I see Crash Bandicoot. I see a Metal Gear. I see a Moogle. I see Mega Man. I see Zelda. And I see an award. And she has a boob. She has a boob mouse mat of the girl from Disgaea. Edna. She has an Edna boob mouse mat. Oh, I see way more now. I see Persona characters. Starstruck can't. Oh wait, he's in the same room. Okay. The flat mouse, right? Oh, that is from the game. Okay, I like the look of the game. It looks really cool. Oh. Why is Master Hand here? Why is Master Hand here? New Smash game goes hard. Oh.
My name is Alexander Winter, and I'm the composer for Krillbyte's Fruit Bus.
Chat, we're gonna be playing this. I've been given a key for this, and I cannot wait to play it. It looks really cute.
Normally, people know me as an EDM producer and DJ, and I'm usually make very bombastic electronic music, but scoring for movies and games has always been like a huge passion for me. So I was really grateful to be able to create the soundtrack for this game. I've worked on games in the last decade because I have a lot of passion for creating games, scores, and soundtracks. Early on, I was only brought on to make the music for the reveal trailer. As the devs sat with that trailer tune over time, they felt it represented the game so well that they hired me to do the full soundtrack.
Awesome.
So in the game, the player is driving a truck around on different islands, collecting fruits and making dishes for the locals. It's a game about exploration and relaxation.
It looks really comfy.
Behind the cozy open world experience, there's a lot of story about family and drama that's taking place. You inherit the fruit bus you're driving from a family member and go on a road trip through different continents and cultures to fulfill your grandma's last wishes. So it's a lot of heart beneath all the apples and bananas. And for me as a composer, the drama and the emotions are a great way for me to help tell the story with the developers. Some of my inspirations for this project was Koji Kondo and Kazumi Tokata. They're veteran Nintendo composers, but I really like how they can transform very established sound like Latin, jazz, or fusion and transform it into a video game soundtrack that's very palatable for the player. They create very catchy compositions, and I think that's super important, even if it's background music, that it sticks out a little bit and you remember.
I like how they're like, they've got like that kind of
when I started was
little snappy 30 FPS movement for the characters.
which is a retro house electronica producer. Kind of took that and mixed it with the lo-fi hip-hop wave that's been going on the last decade. It's very important as a composer on a video game that's this cartoony and strong visually to have an instrument palette. Like a painter chooses colors, instruments that are used in different songs, again, to get a cohesive sound across the compositions. Incidental music, underscoring the emotion and the background, and diegetic music, playing from the radios and speakers. Those were the two types of music I was composing for this game. I also produced a bunch of radio tracks for the player to enjoy while cruising around and exploring.
It's kind of crazy. Like, music seems to be pretty big at the moment, because you had the Piece by Piece movie with Pharrell Williams, you had the current Fortnite Battle Pass, which is like Snoop Dogg and Eminem.
The most fun was composing the story music, the emotional incidental music. It really helps connecting the player to a fictional character and setting. And I wanted the music to feel sweet, endearing, a little sad, but also rewarding and uplifting.
That last one we just saw had
was clear from the
I think had some rhythm in it.
For Fruit Buzz, Martin Kvale, was very adamant about this 70s analog, lo-fi and quirky sound he was looking for. There's a lot of hissing, tape noise, warmth to the production. But I wasn't alone in making all the music here. Martin Kvale is not just a brilliant sound designer, he's also made some additional music to the game. He's been working on this game for years before I came on. So I basically took care of the main themes and worked on the emotional aspect of the game.
Ali, how you doing today?
As a composer, it's great to work on a game with such emotional width. From small, tiny moments to big moments. One of the contributions I had to the game was me and my daughter was playing ukulele in her room, and I came up with this little riff. I suggested to make a little character that's like a troubadour, or like a street musician, standing on a corner playing a little bit. And then later in the game has this big moment where they get to shine on stage playing the tune that I wrote.
Aww. That's cute.
I thought it would create a good addition to the quirky atmosphere of the game and also add a little bit more of like a unnecessary addition, which I think as a player myself enjoy finding those.
Yeah, is it?
This whole process was a very collaborative process. Even though I had a lot of freedom, there was very clear direction.
Hey, Macho.
Also, there were other people composing additional music as well. I had a lot of freedom to create what I wanted, but the game really was telling me what to do because of the strong writing in the game. It was really helpful to create a strong musical identity. One
How you doing,
of the biggest
Majo?
characters in the game is the player's grandma, and she gives you her fruit bus to kind of carry on her legacy as a nomad fruit chopper ninja. That character had so much emotion. It was so fun to compose for her specifically and her interaction with the player. I don't know, there's something very cinematic about family within a game. It's not that often that you get such a heartfelt and tight relationship between the player and another fictional character. And the music has a lot to do with connecting you to that character. Also, the player's mother is also another character that was really fun to create music for. And
I'm doing good, Macho. How you doing?
The grandma's identity music to make a genetic similarity to the mom's theme so that they both could play together in the end.
Hey, Lunar.
for each island as well, I also created some more ambient versions of the main theme for the island, so that when you're driving around to special locations, like a viewpoint or a unique place, there will be some cues from the main theme from the island.
There's been a lot of different music, Aliora, so I think you'll
because it really helps you role play that area, that
Wait.
specific moment, because
No.
those characters are supposed to have been there for their whole lives, and you just came in here for an hour or two.
Yeah,
So
I saw an urn in the passenger seat.
Gaps that the player isn't emotionally aware of, and I think that's what's cool about music. It really helps fill in the gaps and be the mortar between the bricks in an emotional experience within video games. So I hope you enjoy Fruit Buzz and the music I composed and produced for it. It's some of the most fun I've ever had is to compose.
It looked like an urn, and it was strapped in, so might have been a cookie jar. That cloud, adorable. Okay, so this is called Tiny Bookshop. Why does this guy look a bit like oh, what's his name? The Scottish guy, James McAvoy. He was jamming. Love that they got the little little bookshop here.
I'm the artist and sound designer on a game called Tiny Bookshop. Tiny Bookshop is, as you guessed it, a game about running a tiny bookshop on wheels, no less. This one right here. It's a light management game with a lot of charming characters, beautiful locations to visit, and of course also...
Can't keep watching. I'm going to be right back for just a second.
So if that sounds like your cup of tea, you can try out the demo on Steam. Game comes out in 2025. All right, I'm going to play you a couple more songs from the soundtrack. I hope that sounds good to you, and here's the next one. Alrighty.
Good reason. Also, hey, Mango. That sounds really good. I like that.
Okay, and one more.
Oh, he's getting the bigger guitar. There's something just like really nice about an acoustic guitar. I ended up having to use a pick when I was playing because like it fucked up my fingers using just strumming with them. You can imagine we practiced like every other day for like ages, so he's there's two of them. All right, chat. I think we'll do our again. I have no idea why. I know. I do know because like there is a schedule.
Alrighty, thanks for watching. I hope you tried the demo, and I wish you a great time with the rest of the stream. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. But I don't think some of these games are going to show up until tomorrow. So let's do some more giveaways.
Hello and welcome to an audio deep dive of Shapes 2. My name is Petter Sumelius, also known as Pepsen, and I'm the composer for Shapes and Shapes 2.
Okay, let's go.
In this video, I will focus on the music design, production, and the challenges I faced during development.
And the
Shapes 2 is a top-down
building game. So for example, Pacific Drive is tomorrow night.
In an endless space-themed universe.
Let's just go. Right.
Shapes are delivered into a central hub or vortex.
So chat, if you want to win a copy of Buckshot Roulette, which just added multiplayer,
the vortex will always give the player a
exclamation mark raffle now.
Once a request has been fulfilled, making the game essentially endless. The game has no combat, no levels, no real narrative either, or anything you'd normally use as a condition to switch music.
It looks cute. It looks a bit like Factorio, but like a musical version, or more musical version. Yeah, this one is for Buckshot Roulette.
Shapes game had very limited possibilities in terms of implementation, as it was initially a browser game. The game could only handle one music track during gameplay, that played in a loop. So what I did was stitch tracks together.
Of course you did, Ruby.
Track with seamless transitions in between, something similar to a DJ mix.
They added it to the base game,
had
Ruby.
More options in terms of implementation. We figured continuing with this simple track-based playlist made sense.
This is like a nice
Shapes was very positive, and there was no real reason to overcomplicate things in the sequel.
I feel like Raccoon Cat will like this game.
Of how to improve it. Sometimes it's better to keep it simple and focus on the music itself. The first Shapes did not have a theme, and I had the freedom to come up with whatever I thought worked for the game. This included classic instruments like piano, bass, guitar, and drum kit. The soundtrack already had some electronic elements, but it was mostly acoustic. For Shapes 2, this needed to change. I could not keep the acoustic part, and it sometimes even had a jazzy sort of sound that didn't really fit well with the space theme in Shapes 2. I wanted to tap into the expectations people have when playing a sci-fi game, but still keep the essence of the initial Shapes score. This included adding spacious pads, synth arpeggios.
It's very pleasant. I like space music or space background kind
And a
of
lot of
noises.
movement through automation. A general feeling of floating and vastness was something I was aiming for, while still keeping a rhythmic element at times. Adding drums to certain parts to represent the factory that's always moving, never sleeping, but also having calm moments, uplifting, and giving a feeling of safety, since there isn't any danger in this game. The biggest challenge was to find the right balance between foreground and background. Piquing interest here and there, but mostly working as an ambience or mood setter. I didn't want the music to take focus, but I still wanted it to feel present and something the player could stop and listen to if they wanted to. The music is fairly simple in terms of music theory and rhythm, as I wanted it to feel familiar and safe. Most of the tracks are in minor and with a 4/4 beat and do not really deviate. I instead created variation, movement, and interest through processing. Automating volume, filter, reverb, panning, and delay, which was also the most important effect for this project. Let me show you an example of how I used delay. In this track, I have an ARP melody which sounds like this.
Ooh, I like that. That's so nice in my
As you can
in my
hear,
ears.
it already has quite a lot of ping pong delay. And to make it even more pronounced, I added compression at the end after the delay to enhance the delay even more. But we don't stop there. We add more. So during this whole section, I have another delay which slowly increases in mix value until we reach 100% mix value, and the delay has now taken over. The delay is now the new main signal, pushing the whole melody forward a slight bit, and in that sense creating a new melody, because it's not the same rhythm anymore.
Yeah, speaking of which, if you played the Rise beta and you liked it, but you felt there were some issues,
And this is what I tried to do throughout the whole soundtrack. I tried
Make
to
sure-
be creative with processing.
make sure that you go there
make it
and
sound
register
even more
your
spacier,
issues
and like
with that link.
everything is moving and it's not really organized. But that was something I was trying to do for the whole soundtrack. The biggest difference between Shapes and Shapes 2 is the added third dimension. This is why I wanted to rely heavily on delay, and specifically ping pong delay, as well as automating panning to increase the sense of
Wilds,
stereo
sorry, Wilds.
movement,
If you like the Wilds
in an effort to make the
beta.
soundtrack feel more 3D than the soundtrack for the first game. One of the challenges I faced
I
during
blame my
production
brain, Singe.
were coming up with new, interesting ideas that fit the mood and palette I had chosen to follow.
Like, for example, I saw
It
when I
very
was
easy
playing
to
that it
drift
was
away from the
it was
intended
using
mood.
very heavily on
And the fact that I needed to compose over an hour of music with
it
the
was
same
using
sort of
very
style
heavily
is
the
sometimes
CPU
difficult.
instead of GPU.
I had to scrap
So I put that in my
multiple
report
ideas
saying you need to fix that.
because I strayed too far from the intended mood. Another challenge was to not overproduce. Sometimes I tinkered with the track for too long and actually made it worse. I'm never truly happy with my tracks, and it's really hard to know when a track can be improved and when it's time to let go.
I like the shapes.
Art
They look
is
cute.
never finished, only abandoned. This was a brief overview of the countless hours of thought and work that went into the creation of the Shapes 2 soundtrack. I hope you have time to check out the game and the soundtrack on Steam. I also want to show you that my gear, this is all my gear by the way, is as boring as my background. Thank you for watching. Bye.
He has one keyboard. Yeah, our winner for Buckshot Roulette is Muscular Bridge. Muscular, if you're there, make sure you speak up in chat. And can we get congratulations for Muscular Bridge in chat, please?
And I'm the composer on Cabernet from Party for Introverts.
His background looks like one of my uni flats.
Again, my journey into writing music for video games was kind of circuitous.
Congratulations, Muscular.
Started out playing jazz, went to music college. A friend of mine was
Kate, no,
working
you.
at Sony, and they had just started SingStar. And from there, inside Sony, I began writing the menu music for SingStar, began helping out on other projects.
Muscular, send me a
From there,
DM
worked on all
and
kinds
I
of
will
things,
get
either
you
as
your key.
composer or orchestrator. The composer is the person who's, they're the source of the music. The orchestrator's job is taking what the composer's written.
Exactly, yeah,
and
dark.
essentially
I
putting
mean,
onto
it
paper
ran
with
perfectly
dots.
fine when I
Arsene, one
wasn't
of
streaming,
the
but
co-founders
when
of
I
Party
was
for
streaming,
Introverts, and I
it
worked together
overtook.
at PlayStation. A little later down the line,
It
we
overtook
both
with like like the
freelance,
VTubing software, OBS,
speaking with
everything.
Arsene, he said, "Yeah,
So
this
they
game
need to
coming up,
fix
I
it so that it
really
focuses on the
interesting and
GPU
fun, so I kind of
to
threw my
offset
hat
that
in the
issue.
ring to work on it.
Which again, but knowing or having worked in like Rockstar, they
guess the
clearly
first
used a
things that
PlayStation
inspired the
dev
music
kit to
were
make it, so
a kind
they just
of
ported it.
sadness, sort of Eastern European melancholy, and a kind of gentleness, despite it being
Oh,
a game
fuck.
about vampires. Some of that melancholy, I think, comes through in.
I looked away for a second. All I heard was like,
Lullaby, which is kind of the source of a lot of where the music went. There's something that just as a melody could be a nice bedtime
Right.
song, sleepy song, but once it gets the harmonies on it, it begins to give it a slight ambiguity. So it's like a very strong harmony, There's a tension. There are extensions on all the chords. Nothing feels quite settled. That was how I was trying to achieve that sense of melancholy. There's always just like this way or a touch that way, and it never quite makes it. In general, for the score, didn't want it to feel like a sort of pastiche
big cuddles.
Eastern
Hope you have a good sleep.
Music. Bit of a lot of sevenths and ninths chords that you might have found in romantic music, just to kind of give it a little feel of that. Maybe
Hey, I'm gonna bonk
some
you.
Rachmaninoff kind of ideas. So I suppose
It was like it's like a vampire game,
small
Kamari.
ideas from composers around would have been around in that part of the world at that kind of time, just to give a little flavour of the time and space, but not draw you out of it and not to make you feel like it's pastiche music. Except, of course, for the drinking song in the bar.
Can it us? You can it us, Kamari?
Full on Eastern European drinking song pastiche, but then that's kind of what's required there.
What's up, Lotus?
For personal reasons, so Anastasia, who's playing the cello in it, I got to record my oldest friend for that, who I've known.
It's kind of funny, Dark. So I played the PS5 version yesterday with Sinful and Dark just to see how the crossplay worked. And what the game looked kind of grainy, like on this capture.
That was really nice to get to do something together again, because we haven't had that much chance to do things together since we were at school musically.
When I was playing the PC version,
I got to record it with Dave.
Off stream, it just looked so much nicer. So I'd really like for them to fix the GPU issue so that I don't have to
reaction to the game.
Choose PlayStation when I can clearly use the
some big emotional
the
journey
PC version.
Requires action music or just needs to make you feel cool when you finished it. If you honestly respond to that musically, then that's always going to be effective and effective.
This guy's English, isn't
The
he?
unique thing about music for games is that the music
Joel
isn't
Fee
finished
confirmed.
until someone plays the game. You make the music, you record it, you put it together. The music itself isn't completely finished until someone plays it, whether they know it or not. That they're kind of steering.
This guy's English, right?
Its final.
He's from somewhere down England.
There's a little repeated thing. So
Why does he sound like
Lullaby
Baron but
and
posh?
Dragomir, both their melodies and themes start with 3 repeated notes.
He's Mantra, but the posh
idea
version.
There was that although the melodies go off in different directions and they do different things throughout the game, the idea there was to link the two of them together and to just both musical.
He's a
ideas
friend
are
of
born from the
ours,
same
then.
idea of 3 repeated notes in the same way that they are very
I could-
connected without being.
I feel like he's taken on the accent of his location. Ooh. Audio deep dive of Angel.
Welcome to the audio deep dive for my game Angel. Angel is a rhythm racing adventure game.
Feel like I'm on an LSD trip.
In this video, I'll discuss how audio is at the very core of Angel's mechanics. When building Angel, I began with a desire to imbue flow-state, high-speed racing with fast-paced and frenetic inputs. It might not be apparent in the gameplay, but I was actually very inspired by the fast input games like Tetris and combo input games like Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Of course, I wanted to marry this sort of gameplay with drum-focused rhythms and specifically a breakbeat Y2K era network aesthetic. In Angel, you play as a new AI learning model instantiated into the dying network of Echo. The constant optimization of these AI algorithms has led to perfection in the network, and there is nothing left to learn. Therefore, the AI have begun to starve, and the network is experiencing its own extinction event, a digital climate change. In your journey, the creation of new breakbeat patterns will bring much needed novelty to the stagnant network. But will this knowledge ignite a spark of renewal, or contribute to the ongoing optimized downfall? Let's talk about the specific mechanics in Angel.
I like the music, but I don't know if I could play it. I think my eyes would hurt by the end of like 4 tracks.
You begin by connecting to the network. You have to tap along with the backbeats to connect to the network. Once you have tapped along with the backbeats for 2 bars, you will achieve connected status.
Chat, we're in. We're hacking the network. We're inside the mainframe.
When connected to the network, you will see the download speed increase and data begin to download.
The AI is taking over your machine.
In the Echo network, there are multiple ways to explore and complete tasks. You can move both vertically and horizontally across layers in Echo. In many cases, you will need to switch up or down a layer to avoid obstacles and find hidden secrets. Verticality is an important part of exploration in Angel that introduces a new 3D platforming element to the arcade racing formula. Finally, we introduced the
This makes me think of that neon white game, but like as like
but in certain situations,
as a racer.
You'll need to increase your download speed with combos. In Angel, we slowly teach the player new breakbeats, beginning with a drum and bass combo.
Let's go and get that free shroom shake.
After this, you can learn a 2-kick variation of the drum and bass combo, all the way up to a classic Amen break. At this point, I think it's clear how audio is at the core of Angel's rhythm mechanics. For Angel, I've built a specific drum-focused combo system from the ground up that lets me swap out different breakbeat patterns at different tempos and for different collaborative artists.
So how's your fruit punch, Ruby?
I began by coding a beat counter. This beat counter takes in the audio from a song and its tempo.
Oh no, coding.
I can use this to generate bars of music data and specifically build out combos according to the current 8th note.
If only Kasaya was here right now, I feel like he'd cry seeing this.
An input as an integer and aligns it with an 8th note. Using this input pair system, I created a combo scriptable object that houses a list of expected 8th notes and expected inputs. Using the
no, it's UD. I'm crying.
The combo is highlighting that input 3 will occur on the 3rd and 7th 8th note. Then, I can use this combo scriptable object in tandem with the beat counter system to check the current 8th note in a given bar. And whenever it aligns
Crazy to think that the thing we use to make sussy avatars is the thing people use to make games.
Rather than aligning with MIDI, I have used this system as a purpose-built, modular way to generate and keep track of complex input combos. These combos are separate from the tempo of the song, making for flexible
rearrangements of
multiple different songs.
Answering your question in a two-parter.
Song with a drum and bass combo.
Game-wise, Blue Dragon. Show-wise, Metabot.
Now, I have a song with multiple different combos, starting with a drum and bass combo and including a D beat to complete the 4-bar pattern.
The game for Blue Dragon is fucking brilliant, but like the show, God, I don't know what they did with that anime, but Metabot, the show is fucking outstanding. But like the game they made for it was very basic. You do, Rolly. I want to see VTuber Rolly. Do you know which base you're thinking of using? Metabot has a cartoon. It's like it's made by the Shinchan guys. It's like a cartoon. It's not an anime. Bender was the main voice actor for Metabee.
While slowly teaching the player how to play and write these beats, both in-game and in real life. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here today, you can try it for yourself in the Angel Alpha Demo, available now on Steam.
You're looking for something kind of similar to what your PNG tuber looked, right? I may have some ideas. Hey, Karen. I like the music. Again, I don't know about the gameplay for me, but like the music's really good. Catch you later, Ruby. Enjoy. Trophy, send me your PNG tuber in DMs and I'll have a look later because I need to visualize it. What's up, Kieran? Hit me. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, Echo complete. Angel, there's a demo on Steam Chat. If you feel like that's the game for you, go check it out.
And we're back. Starstruck Hands of Time, which actually released, I think, a month ago, is on its first sale post-launch. Fruit Bus also released like a week ago, so it's still on its launch sale. And Shapes 2 is on sale. Tiny Bookshop, Cabernet, Angel, they all have demos available. What are we watching next, Kate?
Coming up next is Into the Grid, a cyberpunk roguelike deck builder. Non-Fungible Trauma has prepared a DJ concert featuring the game's soundtrack. Following that is Dungeons of Hinterberg, an action-adventure
I like Dungeons of Hinterberg.
Exploration and monster slaying, with a look into its adventurous soundtrack by Marcus and David. After that, we've got Dice Gambit by Chromatic Inc., a strategy RPG where dice rolls decide your fate, along with a deep dive into its tense score. Up next is Morgan Metal Detective, a charming exploration game with a look into its orchestral soundtrack. Then there is Fish Game by A Shell in a Pit Games and Creative Inc. Games, which is, you guessed it, an immersive fishing simulator.
Ooh, fish
where we'll
simulator.
dive into its tranquil sounds. We'll wrap this section up with Tavern Talk by Gentle Troll Entertainment, a cozy visual novel set in a bustling medieval tavern with focus on its warm, old world inspired music. Don't forget, we're also giving away keys of our featured games. We have over 40 games for all of you watching right now, so make sure to sign up in the form, we'll link it in the chat. We'll take some of the winners right now as well. Hope you have a good time.
They're giving away keys. I'm giving away keys. It's like a key smorgasbord or extravaganza. I don't know. Depends on the theme of it, Karen. If you're thinking of it like an upbeat kind of theme, I'd probably say the Good Vibes channel. Otherwise, maybe the media channel. Maybe. Or maybe just the general chat. I don't know. Yeah, go Good Vibes or go Good Vibes. Go Good Vibes. Go for it. Yeah, go for Good Vibes. I'd say Good Vibes. I like his like dark red background and the fact that he has like figurines all around him. It's going well, Mr. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the music. It's very nice. Yeah, of course, Karen. So this is from the game Into the Grid, apparently. Again, Jeff, if you want to check out Save and Sound, again, there is a show tomorrow as well. There is their website, so you can go check it out. You can see all the games that are going to be featured. A lot of them are on sale. Chat, if you haven't seen Noisy, go give Noisy a follow. Go check them out. Noisy, hello. How was Super Mario RPG? And happy birthday. Can we get happy birthdays in chat for Noisy, please? Welcome on in, Noisy. Quiet One MMX, hello. How you doing? Welcome on in. Quiet 193, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Kraken. It was a little cold up here, but I'm sure we can find a way to keep you warm. Noisy, happy birthday. How was your stream? Chat, let's get some more. Let's get some happy birthdays for Noisy in chat. It's your birthday. I had fun playing Mario RPG. We love that. We love that. I again, like I'm RPG Mario games. My ex played it and I watched her play it back very long time ago. I remember enjoying watching it. So glad you had fun though. Chat, go check out Noisy. Noisy is a cutie, and you should go give them a follow. And we were just here checking out Save and Sound, which is a music festival dedicated to gaming, indie gaming specifically. you will show that. No, I probably won't watch tomorrow's end. I've got other things I want to do. And it's like 5 hours again, so I think we won't watch tomorrow's, but obviously it's there if people want to. If you're giving a ton of thumbs. Oh, nice, awesome, Noisy, that's wonderful. This man just jamming out. I love it. We've seen quite a fair share of different music today. From like really upbeat, kind of happy, to like EDM, to like really dark, to rock, to metal, to like papercraft, I'll call it, because it was used cardboard. Yeah, I don't know. Lots of good music. It's been really good, really interesting. Oh yeah, Noisy, go for it. Make sure you take a moment to do all the after stream things. I figured, we've just had a bunch of raiders, so we've just had. Let's do our next giveaway. I don't actually know what 3 of these are, so I'll go with one that I do know what it is for. What game is this? This song is for Into the Grid, Soffies. As you can see, they're always on the bottom left there, the game and who the artist is. So the game is Into the Grid. So let's do our next giveaway for a game I actually know. Let's see. Change this to... Alright, Jav, you want to win a copy of a game called Wingspan? Exclamation mark raffle in the chat. Azura, hey. How you doing? This man has a lot of like switches and dials. It's funny, like I obviously like I have my share of like dials and switches and whatnot, but like sound design people have so much more. Even my old audio mixer thing, I had a lot of random stuff on it that like I did not use enough of. I used like maybe 4 instruments. I feel like I could actually do a pretty good sound mix on the Go XLR. Alright, I just need to set up the profile for it. Because like it's got the 4 dials, so I just set them up to different things. I could like push one up, push one down, and I could have like the sampler here so that I could like record myself and I could then play it back and so on and so forth. I feel like I could do a pretty decent job with the Go XLR alone. Get ready to jack into the grid. Noisy, we're doing a giveaway right now for a game called Wingspan. So if you want to win Wingspan, exclamation mark raffle.
Hi, we are Markus and David from Wobbler Sound, and we made the music and sound design for Dungeons of Hinterberg. Today we're going to talk about how the music and also the sound design in the game came to life.
Dungeons of Hinterberg is an action-adventure RPG set in the wonderful Austrian Alps. You play as Luisa, where you explore the world around.
This was a really cool game.
And try to uncover its secrets.
And I do remember really loving the intro music to this game.
When we started working on Dungeons of Hinterberg, we tried to find a unique music style. We tried different approaches that we discussed with the dev team. We ended up with influences coming from ambient, indie, 80s wave and indietronica. We also added elements of traditional Austrian instruments to give it some local color.
Ah yes, the cow music.
You will also visit a lot of magical places. The music will accompany this with more abstract sounding elements. We used instruments ranging from accordion, horns, dulcimer to guitars and synthesizers. And also, out of this world, alp horns.
We tried to capture this variety of the game elements also in the music. Besides your regular gameplay, like exploring dungeons or fighting mythical monsters, you will also do things like
hang out at the local Wirtshaus.
Just hang out in the bar. Let's go.
Meet fellow adventurers at the top of a mountain.
That guy looks cool. I'm pretty sure this is on Switch as well, Max, so if it's a game you were interested in one day, you could probably get it.
So all these locations and gameplay elements have their own musical approach, ranging from ambient to driving, from funny to dark and mysterious.
Dungeons of Hinterberg consists of 4 different biomes, each with their corresponding dungeons.
Hey, Riku.
In the
Chat, look,
overworlds, we wanted to underline
it's the funny guy with the Moogle status effect.
So we decided to go with an organic instrumentation. There the music is also more ambient, leaving enough space for the sound effects and ambience.
Can that be your lore now? Can your lore now be that you were just a bunny who got afflicted by the Moogle status effect, and you've been unable to unable to remove it?
This way we can switch easily between those game states.
We tried to capture the detailed visual world also in the sound effects, placing lots and lots of audio objects in the scenes.
This game is really good. I like playing this. It's very cool.
Material to work with.
Our chance. So the winner.
Let's take a look at a combat situation.
Look at this combat. Look at that spooky witch lady.
Transitions into and out of a combat.
The winner for Wingspan is Fenord. Fenord, speak up in chat to claim your prize. And can we get congratulations for Fenord, everybody?
A fight at any time.
Fenord, send me a DM here on Twitch or on Discord, and I will give you your key.
While in the overworlds the music is mostly organic, within the dungeons the music switches to synthetic sounds that feel more mysterious and dark. In the mines the music is percussive and mellow. In the ice caves we used a lot of crystalline elements.
Do you like the look of that area? Of course I would. It's ice caves. I'm an ice character.
It was great to design all these different sounds, ranging from realistic to all-out magic.
Hello there.
You can use a lot of different skills in combat that the audio will react dynamically to.
Oh.
To enhance certain combat mechanics, the music will get acute and dubbed.
Love it. Love a parry.
The SFX will get extra reverberant and delayed.
Oh, this game is great, Sophies. If you haven't tried it, I recommend it. It's very good.
There are also many other audible details that you can discover throughout the game.
At skill shrines, you can hear a dedicated track accompanied by a nice magical sound effect.
Oh.
At certain spots you can just relax, lean back and enjoy the landscape and the soothing ambient track.
You will enter dungeons through magical portals, underlined by a musical cue, also featuring one of my favorite sounds in the game.
Get sucked inside.
Racing down the mountain with your hoverboard is accompanied by drums and guitars, which are dynamically added to the music.
Love a hoverboard.
Or your local monster club's beatbox that blares out lo-fi beats in sync to the overworld track.
Why can't I have a mask like that? Why can't our character have a mask like that?
Now we want to show you the social aspect of Dungeons of Hinterberg. After a long day hiking and fighting, you will spend your evenings in the town.
Yeah, this is like a Persona style
There
thing.
you can stroll around, get new gear, and most importantly,
Where
hang out with the locals and other adventurers.
you could improve your standing with people by talking to them and doing stuff with them and
Each
whatnot.
date has its own mood and location.
And going on dates.
The played tracks are selected depending on who you meet, where you meet, and also the mood. While some scenes are funny and lighthearted, others will have a darker and more mysterious tone.
Like, it makes you think of like if Krillin and the guy, like the burger guy from Popeye fused.
And you will also encounter various bosses.
Oh damn, that bird got a lot of ass.
Each boss has its own unique theme, which is musically tied to the related dungeon biome.
You're out of stam bananas. Oh no!
That's it from us. Thanks so much for listening. Dungeons of Hinterberg and our soundtrack are already out on various platforms.
We wish you a happy remaining Safe and Sound Festival. Enjoy your stay and slay in Hinterberg and its dungeons. Bye.
Bye bye. That's cool. Very cool game. Definitely recommend. This one's called Dice Gambit, chat. Roguelite shot. You mean Moonwalker? Moonwalker?
Hi, my name is Paul.
I think it's Moonwalker.
Also known as Remagic. I am the
Moonlighter,
producer
that's
and
the
music
one, thank you.
composer behind the original soundtrack of Dice Gambit. I specialized in the genre of music called fado, which is a type of traditional Portuguese folk music, which I mix with modern genres such as hip hop, EDM, glitch hop, etc. My idea was to create a soundtrack that was as original as possible. Instead of sampling famous artists and songs, I decided to create my own samples for Dice Gambit. And to do so, I brought to my studio some friends and artists as a guitarist, a bassist, and a fado singer. After long hours of recording, jam session, composition, I had a lot of material to create this original soundtrack. After all the recordings came the time to experiment, sampling, improvise and work a lot with some crazy wild ideas, because the
I work with a lot of crazy wild
only on
people.
guitar, bass and vocals. I had to compose, create arrangements, choose the best drum rhythms and percussion rhythms, harmonies, arpeggios, pianos, violins, other type of guitars, wherever. And this was the best part and where the best ideas came from. For example, in this project file, we have the song of Nova Family or Nova Offices, like this.
Ooh.
This is the first verse. And then here we have the chorus.
That was a good beat. It makes you think of what was it? The Prince of Persia game that came out, The Rogue. Banging
this
music.
moment here. This simple sample corresponds to a single part of the entire recording session. I will show you a little bit more of the original sample.
It's crazy to think that out of all of this, they only used that tiny bit.
This sample is performed at the beginning of the game also, but we used only one moment of this session. This one. And 3, 2, 1. So we cut it here. And we started the whole song from here, adding elements and other parts of the recording session, other different parts to create the different parts of the whole music.
Crazy. Well, I think that's how like
and the drum kick
stuff like this goes. Like you record for maybe like also same for like YouTubers, right? You record for maybe like say 6 hours, and out of that whole 6 hour recording, you use such a small amount. Like let's take Jack or Mark's videos, right? They record probably about 6 hours of content, and then condense and cut that down to maybe like 3, if they're like doing a long play.
What essentially I tried, which I think I
similar
well,
idea for music.
Combine and mix the
you record for hours and then you just cut up
of Portuguese guitar with the informality and style.
Yeah, exactly, Ruffy.
Pop beats, EDM, and other urban and modern rhythms.
So Ruffy, how long did you spend on that Final Fantasy compilation you did? And how much was used?
Fado was developed mainly in Lisbon at the end of 19th century. It is usually sung by one person, the fado singer in this case, accompanied by a classical guitar and a Portuguese guitar. The most frequently sung themes in fado are longing, nostalgia, jealousy, short stories from the daily of typical neighborhoods, and bullfights. Some of best well-known vocals, for example, are Amália, Carlos do Carmo, Ana Moura, Camané, among others. As a Portuguese hip-hop producer and beatmaker, I have closely observed and been involved in the depth
Kamari,
of hip-hop
I will, remind me later to send you a documentary I made. I spent,
including myself, as always, had been
like,
sensitive to remix and the
say 3 months
elements of
editing this like 10-minute video.
From there, a kind of derivation of boom bap was born in Portugal. And as a lover of hip hop and fado, this is precisely what I specialized in: hip hop and lo-fi fado beats.
Yeah, but remind me, I'll send you to it. It's on YouTube.
Where you shape and lead your own noble.
It's still a really good documentary.
And set in this near-Renaissance setting inspired by Southern Europe. There's these sun-kissed
10 minutes of music users from 14 hours on. See, it's crazy. Like,
knights in commercially branded armor fighting monsters with swords.
This is why it's such a hard hobby to just do while you're doing like streaming work and everything else.
House music is a perfect fit for this sport. The Portuguese heritage of fado seamlessly blends with the traditional side of the setting, while all the contemporary music genres bridge the gap to all the modern elements. Our world can be quite weird at times, and the juxtaposition between new and old
I like his shirt.
are connected and bridged.
I want his shirt.
I think without it, many of the disparate elements would easily feel out of place. A big part of the game's world, both mechanically and thematically, are the 3 major noble families which rule it. Each family controls their own distinct section of the city, has their own distinct classes for the players to unlock, and of course play their own role in the game.
Why does the guy on the right look like Marek Ishtar? Like the face. The face makes you think of Marek Ishtar.
As such, each family needed their own sound in the music as well.
Haha, Yugi, I'm going to take your little
sounds
pants.
according to the elements that characterize each family to create the most direct correspondence possible between the music and the visual elements on the screen.
So each family was given their own distinct modern
I
genre,
liked being
which
an
they
editor as
used
well.
with
That
the
was probably
following
my
music.
favorite thing to
For
do.
instance, the Nova family, which is the most technological family residing in the game's high-rise office.
I did
became
enjoy
earlier their music
doing
work.
like sound
And
directing
when
and
I
stuff for like a
started
live
this
studio show. It was
the
fun.
idea was just to make boom bap beats, hip hop beats, only this kind of beats. But
Beats.
since
I
Dice
like
Gambit
these guys'
is so
accent,
rich
the
in detail,
beats.
in visual and mechanical elements, I was sure that we could take the Portuguese guitar and this game to new horizons into another level. Hence the diversity of rhythms and musical genres present in this entire OST.
These families are each disrupting the natural state of the world in some way or another, and their influence is felt in the music as the sound clashes, incorporates, and alters.
That's
the
literally
base
why I
audio
had a
samples
Mac, Kamari, is I
underlying the
used it
entire soundtrack.
to, I was going to
family
use it
music
to
ends up
edit, and I
representing the
edited
natural
like
state
my
of the world
entire
and the soul of its
playthrough
people,
of
which the families all vying
No
to
More Heroes
alter
3
their
in it,
flavor.
but like,
We believe that history of
it
battle
just
and what
wasn't
it
that good
represents is a great fit with
using
this type of
a
story
Mac
and the
laptop.
role it plays in our game.
I think like I need to get like an actual just Mac, not a laptop,
Into the story of Fado, along
because
with the
like
soundtrack that we
it
are
didn't have the
making. I
power.
hope you found interesting. Thank you.
It didn't have the power, and the keyboard just wasn't good for it.
Importantly, you can check out Paolo and hear some of his amazing other beats on YouTube at KV Music Beats. Links to his socials are all on the screen. Thank you so much for tuning in.
I think like I need to get like an actual just Mac if I'm gonna ever like edit seriously. I like the design, but again, not my kind of game. Morgan, metal detective.
I missed you, Morgy Moo. I
The
missed
fuck?
you too.
Hello?
That's Grandpa's old metal detector.
Hey,
How about
Lunarian.
you go try it out around Glaston?
If you find any litter while you're at it, you should take it to Senna's trading post. Cash for trash.
Have you been losing things too, Sally? The island. It's dying. Help me.
Junio, hello. Lots of little Lunarian. How you doing? Interesting game.
We'll do from bar 3, thank you.
You wouldn't be able to tell. Yeah, look at that massive ass soundboard. That's crazy. Coffee May. we like that, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, Quentin. In 41, the flute and the clarinet, just a bit more shaping on the second note. Yeah, exactly.
Keep glued together. But the phrasing was beautifully intended. Here we go. Here it comes.
Doing good. Yeah, no, so we're covering a music festival today called Save and Sound. And we're giving away games that the developers gave us to give away. So we're just kind of watching like a bunch of people doing different music for video games. It's been really chill. It's been really nice. There's been a lot of music games that have come up that I didn't know about, and we've got to see like a lot of like really cool games that I didn't know about. Oh yeah, Miles Morales was great. They did that, and there was a game called Paper something. I forget the exact name of it, but it was really cool. Like the guy used like a lot of paper sounds of like slippers on paper and stuff in order to
my name is Gordon
make
McGrattery. I'm the studio director of A Shell in the Pit Audio and A Shell in the Pit Games.
Hi.
We're a game audio company.
This is Fish Game
that has worked on games such as Five Nights at Freddy's, or the last 3 installments of it. Untitled Goose Game, Night in the Woods, Pacific Drive, Little Kitty Big City, Rogue Legacy 1 and 2, and over 60 titles. We've been around for a while. We love what we do, and we used our game audio money to fund the development of our own game, which is Fish Game.
Ooh.
It is a freshwater home aquarium simulator, the best of its kind. We've gone very deep with the science and the behavior simulation and the plant growth simulation, and have kept it fun. That was number one goal, was to keep it fun. It came out last October. We've got a 93% positive review score on Steam.
Blob.
If you like pet sims,
You did see
like
notes.
nature, if you like life sims,
Can you believe that it's been like what like
if you like the Sims,
yeah, Henry, we were doing like we're covering
The
a
Sims with
festival
fish,
called
but
Save
more
and Sound
science.
today.
So go take a look. It's on sale for Save and Sound. I believe it's the steepest discount we've done since release.
Can you believe
we're
that
making
Night in
it
the Woods
in
came
partner
out
with Smarter Every
almost
Day, the
10
YouTube
years
channel,
ago?
and our developer pals, Creative Inc. Today, I am going to be mastering a track as quickly as possible and showing my
2017
process.
then.
10 minutes is not a long time to master a track.
So
especially
7 years ago.
if you're
But we're
talking
coming.
about
We're on the
usually
better
mastering a
side of the
for
10-year
the
part.
whole album, and I can't do that in this amount of time, but I can show my general thought process and learnings and a few of the plugins and things like that. So I think we can get this track from a raw, unmastered state to a generally shippable state in 10 minutes.
Midnight VT, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Kraken. It's a little cold up here, but I'm sure we can find a way to keep you warm.
So this is a track from Caravello. We have 3 artists on Fish Game: Caravello, Larissa Okada.
I'm still sad we never got
worked at Bungie for a long time.
Revenant
and
Falls? Revenant Trail?
So the first
The
thing I do
sequel.
is I
The
want to
prequel
run
sequel.
through a rich part of the track and then view it in my spectral analyzer to see like where frequency buildup might be happening. Are there any spikes? Is anything underrepresented? And then my goal in mastering is going to be to smooth that out a bit without pushing things down so much that they, are inaudible or buried in the mix. First thing we're noticing is that the bass is too loud. So I'm gonna hop into the mastering chain and use a multi-band compressor with pretty steep Q on the side. So that's between 50 and 100. 50 and 100 making, this is, okay, so it's quite narrow. And the bass notes are mostly the same, but I think it's actually the kick that is a lot longer than the bass itself. So I'm gonna find out with my threshold, where are the bass notes and where's the kick? Because I don't want the kick that much louder than the bass. Make sure that our attack is catching it. Might bump up the ratio a bit.
God, I'm looking at this and I'm like,
see a
fuck.
lot of mastering tutorials.
I would have to relearn
really
so
fine
much software.
fine-tuning things and just tiny little adjustments here and there. That's not how I do it, but I'm also, you know, I'm not a mastering engineer. That's not what people pay me to do. I write music and I happen to wind up mastering a lot of albums. So I mastered the Pacific Drive soundtrack. I mastered all my own stuff. I mastered I Was a Teenage Exocolonist soundtrack. I really enjoy it. Like, I have fun.
You're just still learning.
And those multi-artist soundtracks can be quite challenging, actually, because everybody's mixing in different ways. Some people are delivering things that are already mastered. Some people are delivering things raw. So you can see that this control is working quite well. I'm also going to bump it globally a little bit. We're starting to get a bit of a nicer curve here. It's not poking out way, way, way up. This plugin used to have just this button used to clear it, so you didn't have to open the settings to decay. There's probably a smarter way to do this. I don't know.
It's great watching all this because, like, it makes you think, like, about how much work goes into, like, a single sound. Not even just a track. Just a single sound in a lot of games these days.
Get another band.
Crazy. It makes me want to like, relook at learning, like, sound engineering, but, like,
attack of the key to get through.
God, I'd have to do like a completely. I'd have to go back to university, or I would have to do like a night class, I think, to like really learn it. But I don't know if I want to do that.
Set the range, not nearly as aggressive as.
Yeah, like sound effects, sound in general. You know, music, general sound.
So I'm actually going to
Starburst.
make this curve a little less aggressive.
What's Starburst, Singe?
Right around the 200. The 200 is the offending note. So we should be controlling that more now. How's my time? Almost 6 minutes. Okay, we're doing good. Come on, bass. Okay, great. You can see our curve is getting a little.
This is a really
more
nice
flat.
beat,
If this
by
was
the
a
way.
Modern sound that I wanted to be really clean, I would aim for like pretty like flatness across there. The slope's at +3.
Singe, you'll need to send it to me because my brain is not
And the next
remembering that.
boost the 1K to, or I guess like the 500 to 5K range. I don't want to go too crazy with the high end because it is like a lo-fi soundtrack. I want this cue to be kind of the opposite.
Even
of
just
that
the colors of like the I know, Sophie. Even just the color, like in like the mastering software here, is just pretty good. It speaks to my brain, you know.
So we're getting a nice curve here. I might bring the bass down a bit more. Okay, super. Oh, also the first thing that I had done is.
I'd like to hear. I'd love to be able to do it while learning game design. So if like learn them both at the same time, so you do both together. But like, it would be so much to
And
learn.
our goal is going to be to get this loudness meter to -14. So I'm going to use a tiny bit of one of these magic plugins called Gulfos that is basically doing the same thing that I was doing manually with the multi-band compressor. So it's taming frequencies that are a bit overrepresented and recovering meaning adding frequencies that are underrepresented. And if I cranked these, we would see our analyzer go pretty flat. So that's what it's doing. Okay, great. So we can hear the before and after. Here's before.
It'd be fun to learn game design. Do like Elixir and learn how to make a game while also modding for Markiplier. Yeah, okay.
A little more balanced. And then the final step, and I'm gonna turn down OBS for this part, is to get our loudness. So, Ozone Maximizer has this awesome feature where it will it'll listen, and it will set the loudness for you, so you're hitting.
It's kind of funny because like the GoXLR has software like this in it specifically for mic.
Rather than just a section, which I suppose I can.
No, yes, GoXLR.
I've done my spectral stuff. And then I'll usually let the song run 1 or 2 times, and often this will get right to -14. So right now it's turning things up way too much because it's during a quiet part of the song. It'll figure it out over time. Okay, I got 40 seconds left. I'm going to guess where it needs to be, and I think it's about -7.6. And that is a mastered song. Before?
That's really cool. That's really cool that just watching that, like stuff like this, like, you know, it whets your brain for like with the desire, right? Like the want to go and do these things.
I think my guess is going to be pretty close here. Anyways, I gotta go. Bye, Fish King. See you later.
Ooh. Oh, I've seen this game before. Look at the pretty characters. This is called Tavern Talk.
Hi there. My name
They do-
is
they do,
Filippo.
Sophies.
I'm working on
They do.
music for Tavern Talk. I'm a big fan of the genre.
sorted
and I
their
wanted
shit
to create a
out.
soundtrack for a game like this since forever. To portray the cozy and charming tavern, as well as their even more charming characters,
Alright, chat,
I'm
let's do
opting
another
to
giveaway.
use a lot of plugged instrument sounds, which I just love playing. And I hope you enjoy this little preview of some of the instruments we'll be using for maximum magical coziness.
Alright, chat. Exclamation mark Raph if you want to win a copy of a game called A Dance of Fire and Ice. I love the kind of Nordic instruments he has. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And now is a special treat. Our end credits on Calling on the Wind. Okay.
There's a calling on the wind beneath the talk of the keep. I've heard the tale, set the sail, so it's time for me to leave. But my feet stay at the door, unsure of what's ahead. It's a path I haven't taken, steps I've never tread. But if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink.
I really like the hi Fluffle.
Oh, if I get lost, I
Fluffle, welcome on in.
can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Cross through cities made of glass, past the forms asleep sleeping dragons. No day is like the last. Never know what will happen. I was drowning in my doubt, but I learned to swim the deep. A chasm of fear, but I still took the leap. And if I get lost, I know I can
So for you own a game we were talking about earlier.
waiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
Hey Andy. Might be the taste after Crash Gun. Yeah, it was mix. Oh god. Hold on. Give me a minute.
Calling on the wind, dragging me back home. My quest has led me far, now it's time to leave the road. I'll pull up a chair, rest this weary heart, and I'll tell my story from the start.
Okay, Mix Universe, that's the one, thank you, yes. Yeah, Mix Universe. I really like the look at this. This looks really cool as well. That's mustache.
There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
That's the ending song for Tavern Talk, which is currently 20% off. I'm just like adding like a bunch of these to my wish list. I'm like, yeah, this one, that one, yeah, that's a good one.
And we're back! Into the Grid, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Dice Gambit, and Morgan Metal Detective have a demo for you to try. And Fish Game and Tavern Talk are both on sale. What are you doing next time?
Yeah.
Well, before the games, you know, we're giving away some keys to the forum throughout the evening. We just picked some winners
good, Andy. How you doing?
now, actually, and we'll be tagging them as we go further onto the showcase. So make sure that your notifications are
Chat,
active.
you have 20 seconds if you want to
This
win.
is actually sponsored by AudioKinetic, the leading provider
a
of
copy
cross-platform audio solutions
of
for
Dance of
interactive
Fire
media
and Ice
gaming.
exclamation
They're
mark
also
raffle.
the creators of audio solutions like the award-winning Wise and Strata multi-track sound effect library. People in games might have heard those names before. And for any of you sound designers or audio people out there right now, AudioKinetic is actually giving away a Strata license right now. So with Strata, you'll have everything you need for infinite customization, whether that's clips, tracks, unrendered effects, and source files.
Our winner.
We'll include the giveaway link to the forum in the chat right now.
Our winner.
So thank you to AudioKinetic for allowing us to do a 4th edition.
Is Runiel. Runiel, speak
Next
up in chat to claim
we
your
have
key.
some pretty heavy hitters. We have Cult of the Lamb, who will be showcasing a nice little musical piece. Then we have Starbirds, the game made by the creators of Dwarfromantic in collaboration with Cursegats. And after that, Necess will be showcasing an orchestral performance on the recently overhauled OST. Then we'll have a combined piece showcasing audio and music from Pathologic 3 and Quasimorph. And finishing up this block, we'll have Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber, with a deep dive on audio, history, and storytelling. How do you pronounce Cursegat?
Kurzgesagt.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Hey, it's your boy, River Boy. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me on Safe and Sound. I really appreciate it. I had a bunch of fun making this song.
Brunel,
so
send me a DM and I'll send you the key.
Start a Cult, and it was actually the first song that. This was like early on. It was the first song that I made that I think made it into the game, and I remember I was sending a bunch of stuff at this point in time. I was sending like heaps of different melodies through. I was sending heaps of different kind of instrumentation through. I was sending heaps of different songs through, and this was the first one when everyone was like, "Oh yeah, that fits. That's the sound of the game," and so it influenced me.
Nice, Andy.
It was a good guide. It was like a touchstone for the rest of the music, at least for the bass segment of the game. So yeah, if you played the game, there's kind of two main segments. There's the bass section, and then there is the like dungeon crawling. And the bass section, I think I would call it kind of like a lo-fi hip hop. It's kind of, yeah, I would call it lo-fi hip hop, I guess is the closest genre if I had to pick. The other thing, so I have like a kind of a bunch of an assortment of random instruments.
This is called Fish Guy, apparently, Sophie. I'm guessing he's the composer for the song.
So like I have a bunch-story flute that's in F, and then my tongue drum is in E, and my harmonica I think is in A. But I wanted to play them all, so I just kind of would pitch shift the whole song, record the melodies, and then pitch shift the instrument into the right key, if that makes sense. So yeah, you might notice like a little bit of kind of weird
Axolotls do that type of
sounding,
stuff.
aliasing stuff, but hopefully you can't notice. Yeah, hope you enjoy it.
I've listened to this song in the game so fucking much. You know, the amount of time that I've just sat, like, in the Cult of the Lamb, like bass and just run around doing stuff to this song. It's crazy how, like, sometimes music isn't made with music. It's just made with, like, stuff that's around you. Hey, Mil. That microphone he has used to be the microphone I had before this one. Literally the same microphone. It's like it was like a pack that you could get on like Amazon for like 100 quid. It was a really good microphone. Coincidentally stuck with the Rode brand for my microphone, so this is just a different Rode. Mel, how you doing today? Yeah, cutie. Oh, come on in.
Whoops.
Shadow Reaper, I'm 7 for you. He's not wearing his fish hat on the boat. I'm disappointed. Ducks. Fucking love Cult of the Lamb. It's such a good game. A good game. Right now, Pepsi Max Cherry Andy. Stripe. Mwah. Oh, look, it's Riku on the table. Wolfie, get your shit together. What? It's Pomni. See, Riku reacted. You never give nah. Trophy. Get it done. No excuses. Let me hand Rooney out their key. 1 second, chat. No, why is my hand broken? Awesome. Done. Give us a trophy. Huh? Make me do it now. Or no. It's literally me. I'm the GOAT. Here, do you spare bomb, Abe? Beans up. Put your beans up for trophy. Riku, how you doing, by the way? How's my little Pomni friend? Church staff just about to start work overnight. Just trophy, just look, listen, I told you, hire me. And then pay me more than my current job. There are a lot of them, Sophies. I didn't expect to see the Amazing Digital Circus on what was it? On Netflix. Have fun then, right? Exactly, Trophy. Just say, look, listen, we got a guy who's like the most down-to-earth, common sense guy. He knows shit. He knows his shit. Yeah, it's on Netflix now, Dan. Makes me think I had a really nice like red and black Guitar Hero strap for my guitar. Exactly, Trophy. So where's the downside? For being shits, will tell them to stop. I used to, Andy, a long time ago. All right, Trophy. Enjoy being wet. I think mine's a Fender as well. See, again, like, it's a very, like, the music's great, the visuals are pretty, but I would get so bored, like, playing this type of game. It's just not for me, but for people who like them, these are great games. See, Trophy, I can't. The shark is mine, and I'm pinning to him to a different wall. It's the whole Mario, your princess was in a covered castle, your shark was against another wall. Again, I do like the music. No, I will not. I love cats. Kieran. I saw a advert on the TV today, which was like a cat shelter thing. And I'm like, I want a kitty. I want kitty. Give me kitties. I will take them all. I will become crazy cat boy. And Kamari will just have to deal with it. I'll have 700 cats. It'll be fine. Oh, that did not. that did not come across well.
Starbirds, coming to a solar system near you.
Sakura.
Wishlist now on Steam.
Loom 5, Loom Kiss.
Sakura, thank you so much for the Heckin' Tier 1 for 22 months. I can appreciate that. Enjoy those emos everywhere and welcome back to the Kraken. You're my cute little harbingers. Hello.
The composer of Necess. To celebrate Necess being part of the
As I
second
said, Kamari, you just have to deal with it.
I've had the pleasure of putting together something extra special for you all. Performed by Ensemble Hermes, here are the best
I'm adopting all the
soundtracks
kitties.
from Necess on strings. Enjoy.
Necess. This is called Necess. I saw dragons in the corner there, so I was interested. I don't know what Necess is. Don't worry, they can't save you. Is it any good, Harry? What's it about? Tell us. Oh, so let's do another giveaway, chat. They mentioned one of the games is coming up, so I will hold off on that one and we'll do this one. Alright, chat, so if you want to win a copy of a game called Lesara, exclamation mark raffle in the chat. Look, Kamari, listen, sweetie, I love you, okay? But you've got to understand, okay? If I'm walking or I'm out somewhere and I see a stray kitten and it's all like meow and like alone, I'm taking it home. I'm picking it up. I'm petting it. I'm making it love me and I'm taking it home. Like a top down drawing, I build a settlement, dungeon dive my... Okay, so kind of Cult of the Lamb-esque as well, like without the lamb culty bit. So can you honestly say that if you were in your shop and you rolled out from under whatever machine you were working on and you saw a little kitten sitting alone going meow in a cardboard box or like outside your shop alone with no one to love them, you just leave it there? I'm keeping Fluffle, chat. That's the takeaway from this that message is I'm keeping Fluffle. I mean, the music's pretty... Exactly, Kamari. And Fluffle's cute. We can put them in a maid outfit. Oh, this is like this is co-op. I think I've seen this before, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, I think I've seen this game before. I love that roof, by the way. It's a very nice roof. Noisy, just hide them. Make them indoor cats. No, I get it. I understand. There's a lot of places that don't like pets and stuff, which sucks, but God, I just want a cat. He bought a poor Turk injured messengers. Oh. Kidnap a cute stray. So like, Buffle. For free. I mean, Lovell's a pretty cute stray. I would happily take them in. I'd feed them. I'd water them. I'd dress them cutely. I saw a tweet today, and it had like a picture from like a museum, and it was like cat armor, right? It was like cat armor, and it was like a little cat, it was like knight armor, but for a cat. Yeah. Yeah, Gillies, hi. Welcome in. I'm doing okay. How you doing today? And it was really cute, like an actual cat, like armor for an actual cat from like the Renaissance period. And I'm like, who did that? Who put their cat in armor? I need to know. Like, did the cat actually fight, or were they just doing it to protect the cat? Do we have battle cats? I would love that as as an actual thing. Battle cats. The smith that made it, thumbs up to him. Or her, depending. I don't know. That's terrible. Jill, hi. Welcome in. How are you doing today? It's true. It's true. Kamaria will be like, you can't have another cat. And I'll be like, but he's a tuxedo kitty. And then I'll be like, and Kamaria will just be like, okay, fine. I'm doing alright, Jill. I'm chilling. We're watching the Save and Sound Music Festival today. All right, so the winner of the raffle is Romeo. Romeo, speak up to claim your prize. Can we get congrats in chat for Romeo Wolf? The Ensemble Hermes. GG's!
Hey.
Oh, hi.
I'm Marissa from Gaming Audio. Our team has been working on Pathologic 3 with the very legendary Vasily Kashnikov and his apprentice Nikolai. This video will feature some of the audio stuff we've made together. Thank you, Bedtime
recognize
Digital Games,
that
for
name.
making this festival happen. Our goal regarding
do
audio
use
direction was to give the player the real experience of being in an epicenter.
Why do I
of an
recognize
epidemic, fully
Pathologic?
realistic,
Pathologic.
no glitches. So we are obviously shooting this video in the town. We realized pretty early that the game was quite different from the original Pathologic 2 because of the time travel mechanics. So for the prototype we built the time travel machine, which appeared to be quite useful to record some source sounds and make this video in just half a second using the existing technology. Let's start with the music.
Hi, I'm Vasily Kashnikov, audio director of Pathologic 3 project. I'll tell you how our music is structured. We were already thinking about how the Bachelor's game would sound when we were working on Pathologic 2 and writing music for Harvest.
Hi, Romeo.
Pathologic 2, the music had more ethnic.
Congrats on winning the game. Send me a DM and I will send you
Since
your
the
key.
city and its customs are familiar with Haruspik since he was a child, he is involved in the traditional way of life. In the case of Pathologic 3, this is the view of an outsider who evaluates everything from the point of view of rationality and science. Therefore, we are trying to make the Pathologic 3 soundtrack colder and more detached from the steps and ethnicity in character. There is more synthesis, guitars at the same time. The Bachelor communicates with Zeus in power, so the soundtrack also contains a large share of minimalist so-called furniture music that could sound in the salons of the beginning of the last century, piano etudes and references to composers of that time, Satie, Debussy, etc. Thus, our soundtrack is a rather eclectic mix of trip-hop, down-tempo, ambient and minimalism. In the city, when the Bachelor is alone alone with himself, we
You can see, like, I swear I've heard
less emotional
of
harmony
Pathologic
and
before.
sometimes electronic timbres. In the rooms where we need to separate the main character from those he
They're always
interacts
trying
with,
Darkblade.
we use more
Also, hope that your
expressive
curling goes well.
harmonies and more classical instruments, piano and guitar passages. When we designed the interactive music system, we assumed that time is finite, and the music had to change depending on the amount of time the bachelor had left. However, we later abandoned this system, and now the music changes depending on the state of the bachelor himself, who can fall into apathy or psychosis. To emphasize these states, we apply filters and effects to different layers of our tracks and get a slower, muffled sound. In
You
the
just like
case of
accents.
apathy, and
Accents are
vice
pretty cool.
versa, nervous, glitchy in the case of psychosis.
Hello there.
In the
Hi,
infected
Illusion.
and
Welcome on
rebellious
in.
quarters, there are also interactive systems that... Oh my god, Natalia, please stop this.
Whoops. Sorry.
Huh?
But yeah, basically the audio system we created reflects everything we hear in the game, such as
if we use our gun when dealing with the local thugs, the longer we aim the weapon at the people, the less sounds of the outside world we hear, and the louder becomes the heartbeat. To add
the fuck?
intensity, shepherd tone was used along with a high-pitched tinnitus sound. If the psychosis level goes to the maximum, it starts to damage Bachelor's health, which is accompanied by flashes on the screen, as well as low heartbeat and short breathing sounds.
In the infected and rebellious quarters, there are also interactive systems that change the character of the music by adding or disabling instrumental layers depending on the state of the world or the bachelor's equipment to fight the plague. As a result, we have 12 tracks for each day spent in the city. They can freely switch between each other and several dozen other themes for locations and characters, and all the music is subject to change depending on the state of the bachelor.
Since the game has the weather changing system, we also wanted to reflect that in our audio feedback as well.
The game has global wetness parameter that shows how intense the rain is.
Ooh.
The more it rains, the more squishy and muddy are the steps on the outside surfaces. Moreover,
It's funny
if
in my
you come
ears.
closer to the window, you can hear the rain pondering on the glass.
Because even in the middle of the plague, we always have some room for cozy moments, right?
My favorite part of that system, and it's a bit of an Easter egg by the way, is about the cows. So when it's raining, you can actually hear a very, very subtle sound of raindrops dropping on those bovine butts. And I personally think it's beautiful.
To create the actual sounds for the bovine butts, we hired our best ASMR sound designer.
Hi, my name is Artur, and I was also involved in creating some sound assets for the game.
Probably the hardest thing to record were the footsteps. I had everything planned out, bought the equipment, gathered every type of surface, but there was one small thing I overlooked. I live in a city with over 12 million people. Noise everywhere.
Oh.
The solution was simple and genius. I recorded everything on a Sunday, because in Buenos Aires, Sunday is the one day when nobody does anything.
One of the most important places in the game is the cathedral.
That sounds nice.
There we have a system of ladders that control the speed and the direction of time. Direction-wise, we can have it
Bovine
flow
butts,
normally
come on.
or reversed.
She's super professional.
As for the speed, we can make the time stand still, go twice as fast, or with the half of the normal
A little
speed.
faster, please.
We created an audio system that helps player to understand what is actually happening around
When we reverse time, spatial effects
I
are
like
added
that
to the
they
surrounding
have
sounds.
fun with it, right? Like
Ambience,
it seems like a
steps,
really
and
fun industry to be
When the
in.
time stands still, we increase the
Because like
frequencies in the
the music is
All the
obviously a
other
very
sounds are
important
muted
part
to
of
zero.
like
And lastly, when the time goes twice as
of the
fast,
game
or with
and
half
of
original
like
speed, the pitch
making
of
a
the
game
surrounding
real.
sounds changes
But I also feel like the crunch time for musicians is way less intense than like developing the game. You probably have such a much larger amount of time, like a much larger amount of time to create the stuff than like people do of like putting the game together. Is this Quasimorph? Oh, this must be Quasimorph. Okay. Okay, the game that this is for has no right having such banging music. It's just like a top-down version of that game that Mark played. What's it called? Oh, Endoparasitic. It's like a weird combination of Hotline Miami and Endoparasitic. Bam, 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 bam. And on the bound. I've been planning to play it at some point then. Okay, I want the soundtrack. That was awesome. It was awesome.
Part of understanding Mexico City and our history was by really looking to our city from different perspectives, and that has been an absolute joyride.
Boom. It was hefty. It was.
Hello there, I'm Mike Fortu. Hi, I'm Carlos Ramirez. I'm a music composer and producer,
part of the music and sound team of Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber. So making music for video games is really different from making music for film because it is conditional. I think music for video games, logically and mathematically, as a musician, makes you grow.
So when we started doing the research, we found a lot of very interesting aspects that we wanted to cover.
Definitely made me learn a lot more history on this post-revolutionary period.
And one of the
if you want to win a copy for
really
Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber,
whenever we think of a period of time
exclamation mark raffle in chat now.
Culture, we think of one music genre or two, but when you start doing the research, you find out that
which is the game currently that they're talking about.
We went so far with the historic research team that I definitely learned a lot more.
And the research became kind of like an obsession to find every detail of our history through music and sound.
Solid, how you doing? So awesome, squishing your face.
It's really important for us to use authentic and record real sounds.
And that was a very interesting task. It was a set of, creativity meets opportunity. We discovered new sounds. We learned from something from our history. How would that sound 100 years ago? Specifically, Mexico City sounds like absolute chaos that somehow works together.
I love that. It sounds like chaos that somehow works together.
One of the things that I enjoyed the most was bringing to life the Mexican Historic Center. It's a plaza called Zócalo.
Oh my god, hand-holding.
It is a unique soundscape that we have covered in so many different ways in the game.
Which we used more than 600 sound effects. Craziness, loudness, is this super
Koyagi the Goat, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crowd kingdom. It's a little cold up here, but I'm sure we can find a way to keep you warm.
Parades.
We wanted all the mumble and the wall of conversation
see
that
me
is going on
everywhere?
in the city, but at the
I
same
hope
time,
that's a
we wanted
good
the
thing.
textures of the clothes, the textures and sounds of birds and nature.
That's how it actually is nowadays, but we had to recreate this in the 1920s. So getting this sonic experience for that level was a super big challenge.
This looks really pretty,
So
actually.
we went
I like
and
the
did,
look of this
like
game.
a lot of research, also scouts to walk the city and to feel the city with that kind of perspective in mind.
Big hugs
of
from you.
learning and creating sounds.
Yeah,
that
if you want to
were,
win a copy of this game,
like natural
Mexico
in
1921,
the
A Deep
sonic
Slumber,
landscape
make
that
sure
was
you
Mexico
you do
100
exclamation mark
years ago.
raffle in the chat. Fair. Understandable.
While telling the story in a video game and also
What's up,
trying
Stripe?
to tell a story from a particular set of time in our country, we had to face a lot of decisions when making the music.
We wanted to
No,
stay
you.
apart from having rules in all the levels or something.
So part of doing the score was to understand which parts of the history we wanted to represent in another way or to leave as they were. And that gave us like an agency on the creative decisions.
Deadpool I just saw. Did I see your Deadpool? Did I just see Deadpool?
So making the music from Mexico 1921 was taking a lot of the influence from Revueltas, from Ponce.
What we do have, it's a main theme that it's spread all over the tracks, diversing and fighting against the antagonist theme, which we can call it's the corruption. The prosecution has its own theme. So you can hear in the soundtrack that we go to the main theme, and somehow, somewhere, it starts getting corrupted, the same track, you know, the corruption theme is there.
Every time they listen to the music, we're not telling them how to feel, we're asking them, how do you feel about it? And based on the decisions they take in the game, they feel from one way to another and they're transformed in a way. So it's kind of like a sound alchemy that we're doing when we're scoring.
We love Deadpool. I'm tired. Of course you can, Stripe. I'm patting your head.
So being a modern composer means that we use different tools and VSTs and, you know, sampling and all this stuff that is part of our everyday routine. And not every day and not every project evolves into something as a live act.
Being there performing with those amazing musicians, it was speechless for me.
That's cool. Using a typewriter. Man's using a typewriter.
So rewarding to actually accomplish something that other musicians could play and that we could play with them.
And yes, technology has led us to have amazing tools to work with, but blending that with authentic human emotion, and it was just an amazing experience.
Yeah, Ruffy. You want to get into music at some point? See, I feel that like watching this alone has just made me want to pick up
such as this one changes the narrative.
to pick up like sound design and like making games and making music for games and stuff.
I learned how important art was back then,
nice Kayagi.
and how important it was to have a transition to
I
the
look forward to
Mexico
hearing what
we
you
know.
make.
I think that's exactly what we're doing. We're telling stories, but this time we're telling our story. Story that represents us as a culture, as a country.
There's this line from Un Sueño Profundo, one of the tracks, that says, "The courage that demands being together."
Kamara, you have a great, be safe getting home.
And we think that we're always going to find adversity, whether it's corruption, darkness, prosecution, and the only way to fight it is being together.
The
as
winner for this
Mexicans,
game
as artists, as a community,
is Sauce.
So we wanted to show that also in the music.
Sauce, speak up in chat to claim your game. Nara's a smidge of writing. I love writing. I need time, chat. That's what I need. I need time. I just need time to do shit. And then when I get time, I need someone to motivate me to not just be lazy.
Welcome back, everyone. Starbirds is available for wishlist. Pathologic 3 is also available for wishlist. Necess is on sale. Quasimorph is on sale. So please go check out all of those
See you later,
games.
Kamari.
We
Sauce,
have
speak
selected
up
winners
to
for some Steam keys. We'll tag them in chat, so please slide into our DMs. This
Go
is our
don't say
last
like that,
listening
and-
segment of the evening, which actually means this is the last time that you're seeing us today. But I hope that we'll be leaving you with some cool things to watch. What do we have next, Kate?
Next
He
up
does
is
have nice
Keywalker,
pants.
turn-based cyberpunk action by Munana, a futuristic rhythm JRPG where music is power. We'll have the pleasure of listening to some of these singing to their electronic soundtrack. Following that is the recently released Europa, a beautiful adventure set on a lush, terraformed moon, where we'll learn more about its calming and atmospheric musical score. Coming up next is Great God Grove
Okay,
by
Mr.
Limbo,
You.
a humorous
Give
puzzle
kitties the
adventure
pets.
where we'll dive into
All
the sound
cats
music
deserve
with Lee
pets.
Zong and Tommy McVaney. Then we will get to see Ultros, a psychedelic Metroidvania, and their beautiful performance
Metroid.
of the mind-bending soundtrack by Bjorn Risberg and Red Raider.
And then after that, we will be checking out the audio and music design of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Then we'll watch a little chat on Rift of the Necrodancer and how that process came about. And we'll finish out our show today with a deep dive and piano performance by Boyfriend Dungeon and Caves of Cud, respectively. By the way, we have selected a winner for the Elgato giveaway, and we'll have production tag them in chat.
Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through incredible games
Screw
and their
me.
captivating
I love that.
soundtracks and audio design.
Sauce,
We
you
are
gotta speak up
honored
or I'm gonna have to pick
be
someone
able to
else.
share all these wonderful pieces with you. A big thank you to all the musicians and all the developers and composers. And of course, also thank you to our sponsors, Lurkit, Elgato, Audio Kinetic, for making this event possible. And thank you to Aiko Partners and Neon Niroshi for the marketing help. But most importantly, thank you, the viewers, for watching the show. Tomorrow, we'll be back again at 7 p.m. CET, 10 a.m. Pacific,
Hey,
with
Math.
another live show.
Also,
you then.
Kagi only keep
Bye-bye.
you once for us. Havoc Alone, welcome on in. Ooh, that man has some nails. Everyone has the mic that I used to have. What is this, like a was I like ahead of the ahead of the curve or something here? Road gang, road gang, road gang. Apparently, and no one can see my mic. It's hidden behind VTubing. Alright, I think Sauce must have stepped away. So, the winner, the new winner for Mexico 1921 is Sophie. Sophie, speak up in chat to claim your prize. I have too many mics, Koyage. I have this new Rode, I have the old Rode, I have a Yeti, I have this headset mic. Barbecue, there'll be another raffle, there'll be one more raffle before this show ends. I'm a bit of a hoarder. I have a lot of tech. I have 3 keyboards in my room right now, if I'm remembering. I might have 4. And arguably, I've saved the best for last. Matt, thank you for the 10 shoe shake. Havoc, it's not up yet. It will be up in about, say, 20 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. Sophies! Sophies, are you there? Sophies, you've got to speak up in chat to claim your prize. This is a good song. Yeah, if you didn't know, by the way, this background I have here, it was custom done by Kite. For us, for me, it's custom for me from Kite. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like how like the border of the like the screen has like the star, kind of the stardust coming away from it. Alright, chat. Seeing as our people who've been picked have stepped away from I'm assuming from their machines. I'm gonna reopen entries for Mexico 1921. Which are now active again. So Ishmael Raffle, if you wanna win a copy of Mexico 1921, the game we just saw previously. My secret, however, is quite the ironic tragedy. In this world without music I can sing, and for being born a singer, I have a steep price to pay. But the Mag's gonna. It's a game. It's a game. It's a Steam game. I don't know much more than that. They basically what's been going on, Havoc, is we were covering the Save and Sound Festival, and we were covering the Save and Sound Festival, and they've given me a total of 10 keys to give away to you guys. I have no idea what any of the games are. They're just games that they've given us to give to you, and some of them we've seen some of the music for here today, and little bits of the game occasionally. Some of them we've seen nothing of the game and some music for. So this is Mexico 1921 we're doing a giveaway for. I'm closing entries in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The winner is Andy. Andy, speak up in chat. The winner is you. Andy, send me a DM and I will send you the key. Congratulations. Let's get congratulations in chat for Andy, chat. Okay, Andy, why wouldn't you just DM me on Discord? Why would you DM me on Twitch? Oh yeah, I'm sipping for you. You're literally in the Discord, Andy. Which, chat, if you're not in the Discord, now is a great time to do so. There we go. Alright. I'm on my final key, chat. My final key of the night. And as I said, I think I held the best one for last. At least in my opinion, it's the best game that I was given to give away. I love how she looks her, she's like, and then she like has like the direct look and you're like, oh. Chat, we'll be playing this maybe tomorrow, because I'm very excited to play Europa. It looks like Studio Ghibli meets Breath of the Wild.
I was born on Earth, but I think I have been homesick for Europa my whole life.
They gave me a key for this and it just looks so relaxing and cute, and I cannot wait to play it.
By the time you read this, I'll be gone, and the world will look very different from how it does now. But the island should still be there. They built this thing to last. Come to the island if you ever get lonely.
Europa.
Come here. And
Come here.
Of me.
Oh.
My name's Matthew Thomason and I compose the music for Europa. Predominantly, I work in film, theatre, I work with a lot of choreographers, and I also compose classical piano music and tour that as a composer and pianist. This is my first foray into working in the world of games, and yeah, it's been a heck of a journey. When the Europa project was starting to come to life, Alex sort of suggested to me that I'd be a really good fit for the soundtrack.
You know what's funny? Right, that red box there underneath his screen.
Cinematic feel.
That was the
a lot of pathos and emotion.
that was the box that they tried to sell with every
The first
mic on
time,
Amazon.
I met Helder. He was so passionate about the project. He was sort of talking me through almost every zone of the game in the first meeting and talking about his vision, how he imagines the music will play into the game, and he's got a really good idea of what he wants the music to be, certainly what kind of emotions he wants to provoke, and we were on the same page right from the start, and we both kind of agreed that
I think I want one
the important
Divox
aspect is this
for my work
hero's
laptop.
journey, and how can we make that as cinematic as possible, and really take the player on that journey with Z. And yeah, and we put a lot of heart and emotion into the music.
Over the years of working on Europa, I was using library music as a placeholder to try and convey the emotion that I wanted each of the zone and each of the different levels to have. This was super useful and super helpful for me and for everybody in the team, and it helped us in like those early playtests to establish the foundation and the mood for
It just means it's more delicious now,
we always
Kawagi.
felt in our hearts that we were probably going to need a really good composer to help bring everything together. That's when Alex from Future Friends Games reached out and said, hey, look, I know somebody local here in Cornwall. He's done TV, film, and theater before, and he's really looking to move into games. And looking at the vibe that you're going with the game, I think he would be perfect for this. And that's how we started. After our very first chat, we really connected immediately. His ethos, his passion for music, and the way that he explained the importance of connecting the music, the emotion of the music with the visual aspect to really convey and to really bring forth the emotion that you're trying to sell at the time.
So I'm based in Cornwall in the UK, which is quite a rural area. It's right at the far end, about as far as you can go into the corner of the UK. And in Cornwall there's a really thriving folk scene and a real
I see that Predator
heritage of
laptop.
folk music. So there's a lot
I
of
see it.
folk musicians here who I know, and I decided that I wanted to use as many of those people as I could on the soundtrack. So veering away from the more sort of traditional classical musician route. And some of these parts were kind of recorded in little stone cottages in the middle of nowhere, woolly jumpers on. It's quite damp in Cornwall, and yeah, it's got this real kind of humble process to.
Chat, can I just say, as an IT person, I'm seeing beneath his computer, he has one of those power, the power strips that's hanging because the power cable is not long enough to reach the floor, and I'm screaming internally. The man's got a camera eye lens. The IT person in me is yelling at the top of his lungs. I'm assuming Adam's his granddad. Get blanket guess. Koyagi, please. Koyagi, please. Please, Koyagi. Fix it.
Equally with Martin Skews, who plays flute on a few of the pieces, we really wanted to add an element of mystery about midway through the game, and Martin's done an absolutely incredible job of just creating this tension with the flute, and the flute has got this quite haunting effect on the soundtrack.
I'm going to bite you. I'm currently in the process of having to recable my entire works office because they just have like tons of cables beneath the floor, beneath like the desk, and I'm currently having to rip them all out and then re-cable everything under in like the bays, and then like
just hear a piece
yeah,
and know exactly what you want.
generally what I'm doing in my work.
So yeah, I'm really grateful that there's so many amazing musicians down here that I get to work with.
Matt's film and theater experience really shines through the work that he did for the game. The music he's created has really brought the world of Europa together, from the more tranquil and zen moments all the way to the more bombastic and cinematic moments we have in the game as well. It really
I genuinely can't wait to play Europa. It looks really pretty.
I just know that there's some really amazing melodies in the soundtrack that are going to stick in players' heads way after they finish the game.
And I've never played any of the Europa stuff at any of my concerts until very recently, and I decided on the night, I thought, you know, I'm just going to play it and see how audiences respond to it, because no one's heard this music. And I played a couple of pieces from the soundtrack, and yeah, lots of people loved it. I think they kind of got what I was trying to do. It's very lyrical music, it's very melodic, and yeah, lots of people could really relate
Jesus,
to it,
Koyagi.
which was lovely. And I'm hoping to perform it a lot more in the future, maybe even the full soundtrack at some point. We'll see.
This soundtrack is everything I ever wanted for.
I'd say like you should get someone to look at that. But if you're planning to move, then
Not be more honored.
probably not that
thankful,
much of a
and happy
worry.
to have had Matt scoring the soundtrack for Europa. Thank you, Matt.
It looks like the game looks like as if Ghibli made a Breath of the Wild without combat. Cyfox, I need to go under my desk and like get a tray because I need to lift all my stuff off the floor as well. And I want to get a tray because like my desk has like a big metal back bit that I can tie cables to. That's not what I want. I want to get like a tray to slot the power box into and do it that way. But I need to find a tray that I can clip onto the back of the desk. But in doing that, I'm trying to try and get like a proper mounted monitor thing for free monitors, because the way they've got them done at the moment is so like it's so all over the place. It just needs to be better. I'm thinking I might do that when I get back from the con, because I'm gonna have to dismantle all this for like a room paint anyway. So I may as well, when I'm putting it back together, do the job. That fucking red thing there. That's adorable. Quaggy. I call you Koyagi and I'll pat you on the head because you're clearly smaller. Clearly smaller than me. Koyagi. That's probably right.
Hey,
Great
I'm
God
Louis Zahn,
Grove.
and I'm an illustrator and musician, and
Hi.
also the composer for Great God Grove.
Hi.
I made a whole lot of music for this wonderful game, but right now I'll be doing a quick look at some of the leitmotifs I wrote for it. And then I'm going to hand it over to our amazing sound designer, Tony. So, without giving too much away, there are a number of different gods and characters, each with a different theming and melody, that we wanted to intertwine and reharmonize throughout. So, the very first thing I did when I started was to compose tiny
Ooh.
melodies for each theme. The fun thing is,
Okay, I
most of
really
these
like-
inauspicious starts did end up
I
being
really like
basis of final arrangements.
the design.
Here's a few of those demos.
This is from the game Great God Grove. I look forward to seeing gameplay. Alright, chance. So for the next giveaway, I'm going to start it now. It's going to have a 10-minute timer. We're doubling the time for this one. The game that we are giving away is Pacific Drive. You've probably seen me play a little bit of Pacific Drive. You've probably seen Pacific Drive. It's the game where you have a car and you're stuck within the kind of the wall, and you've got to build up your car and go deeper into the roguelike part of the wall. You get the idea. Exclamation mark raffle if you'd like to win a copy of Pacific Drive. Atomic Power, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Crowd Kingdom. A little cold up here, but I'm sure we can find a way to keep you warm. I said I was hoping to wait till the game came up, but it's not till tomorrow night, so. But this is the last one on our list. This is the last key that I've got I've been given to give away. Burp, burp. Even a
You're
little.
gonna have to play the game to see how these melodies pop up in other ways.
I need to play it myself,
Also,
but
did you notice something about these songs?
properly, I should say.
What's that? What's that note? Great God Grove, baby.
GGG.
Thanks, Louie. Tony McVaney here. I designed the squishy, bubbly, sucky, and squelchy
Oh. Oh.
sounds in the world of Great God Grove. There are a
Lovely.
ton of delightful ear candies to be found throughout your adventure, but today I'm going to break down how I achieved the sound of the mighty Megapon's sucking mechanic, along with the thought process behind my decisions. First, let's take a look at Megapon. What do we see? It's very reminiscent of a megaphone. Let's keep that in mind for texture. We can see some sort of gauge suggesting there may be a little machinery moving around, possibly some sort of motor in there. There is a small coiled tube leading to your inventory. I'll have to make sure the pitch of the airflow is reflective of that. It looks like there are lips and teeth. Is this thing organic? Guess I'll source a sample from myself. All right, let's hop into Pro Tools and see what we have. Let's take a listen to the final sound before we break it open. Oh yeah, that sucks. But, like, in a good way. There are
That
three
sucks.
main sound sources that
In a
make
good
up
way.
Megapon sucking. First up, we'll look at the motor sound I mentioned that I wanted to highlight. When you think of a motor running, you probably imagine parts rotating or pumping. With a little pitch shifting and automation, we can emulate that. I have a serum patch made by YouTuber Virtual Riot called Manual Rise and Fall 2. I've messed with the filter to shape the sound a bit, but the default rise and fall effect sounds like this.
It sounds like the sort of thing that you would hear like before
Sounds
you
kind
heard
of
like a
like a
really
siren.
like megaphony
There's also
voice.
a constant, steady tone
Ladies
behind
and
there as
gentlemen of
well.
America,
I'll
the
mention it
aliens
next.
are attacking.
Now let's see what
You know?
happens when we increase the rate of this rising and falling siren sound.
Rise Vox, it's crazy. Like, again, I never thought that
Whoa,
someone
I
would
don't know
like
about you,
make a
but to
squelchy
me, that
noise by
sounds a lot
squishing
like a
like
small motor
meat
working
in front of a microphone.
Especially with the constant whir of that tone
The
behind
sound
it.
is alive!
Speaking of, that whirring tone is prime for some pitch bending. And when we start a motor, we've got to rev it up to speed. So, let's start the pitch a little lower and have it rise up to that sound we landed on. Nice. Now, we'll add some automation to the timbre of the sound to give it more depth in the rev. A little compression, and EQ for more body. And there we have it.
Why?
Small motor running inside of Megapon.
Or goatee.
Now onto the
Goatee or goat
airflow.
Y?
I'm not exactly sure what Megapon is made of.
They are.
But
Also,
if it
hi
is
Sash, how you
organic
doing?
like me,
Sorry, I
maybe
saw you
some
come
good
in,
old-fashioned inward
and I
whistling
think it
into
was in the
my
middle of
lungs to
something,
emulate
and my
airflow
brain
through that
just
small
went,
tube we saw
"You don't
earlier."
need to say words."
I have a sample right here.
Okay, you're
Okay, I
adorable.
like that. I'm having two thoughts. One, I would love to have that airflow rotating through that motor we installed in Megapon to kind of glue the sounds together.
Sash, I
And
hope you're
two,
doing well.
I can't
Also,
suck it
chat,
forever if the player holds down the suck button.
you've got about
so I
5
gotta make
minutes.
this easily loopable.
5 minutes?
I've got it. I'll drop
4
the
minutes.
sample into
4.5 minutes.
Omnisphere and use the
If you want to win a
arpeggiator
copy of
to make it
Pacific
sound like it's
Drive,
really pumping.
exclamation mark
But I'm
raffle
going
in
to
the
set it at
chat.
a different rate than what I set Serum to give it a little separation. Oh, and since Megapon is very megaphone-esque, Let's EQ our whistle to accentuate those radio speaker textures.
5 years of goat.
Sounding more vacuum-like. Headed in the right direction. I do think that airflow needs to rev up as well. Another pitch bend, like we did earlier. And to make sure we don't lose that vacuum feel, I copied this layer and only pitch bent the new copy.
Can't believe it.
Let's hear.
I'm getting
sucky.
I'm getting
But I think we
Luigi's
could use a
Mansion
little more oomph.
vibes from that
Really
noise.
make it sound like when Megapon sucks, Megapon sucks. I recorded another sample of myself sucking. This time more focused on the white noise of it rather than the whistle tone. Check it out. Omnisphere helped us before, so let's run it back. But this time we'll use a different method. I've dropped the sample into the granular synth function for some randomization. And instead of triggering just a single layer, I have multiple playing at different pitches to cover more of the frequency spectrum. Add a little saturation. This time we'll use a tremolo effect for the pumping. A couple layers of sub-synth filtering to bring up those wind-like rumbles. And a slight EQ. Again, we should rev this layer up. I chose to use Verify for this one.
Kinda crazy how much work goes into such a simple sound.
Then, I sent all the layers to a bus. Blended in a lower octave of everything to make it fuller.
That was rebranded as Shrek.
Even out frequencies, and a limiter to bring it all up to the proper volume. Let's listen to the final one more time. Haha, yep, still sucks. I hope you enjoyed our hang. Again, I'm Tony McVaney, aka Ergo. Thanks for listening, and happy sucking!
Johnny, I'm squishing your face. Also, hi. I like the look of this game. This game looks pretty cool. I like that character. The art makes me think of the Wizard with a Gun as well. Hello. Yeah, it's Infinite Grapple. Do you want to win a copy of Pacific Drive? November 15th. Oh yeah, Ruffy. I said there's a whole other 5 hours tomorrow that people can watch if they want to see the remainder. This is from Ultros. I think I looked at this game because it was like a really interesting looking Metroidvania. Mwah. Oh, okay. I want to put you in my lap and give you headpats. Karen, don't throw me like that. Oh, I'll get you. Oh. Andy. Mwah. I love how wacky GGG looks as well, Sash. It looked pretty all over the all over the show. It was like a combination between oh, what's that game called? The Splatoon one, West of Loathing, and Wizard of a Gun. Takumi. Mwah. Hi. The gameplay was really interesting. It's like a Metroidvania, and it's very colorful. You can kind of see it in the background. They're like superimposing it over it, but Stripe. I tried to fix my like zoom, by the way, before stream, but I just broke it. It made it worse, so I deleted it and I'll remake it later. It's a shame that the studio that made Wizard of a Gun got shut down. Nope, Sash, it was not. It was that was their first and only game. It just had a really similar style to Don't Starve, but they were a indie developer that was produced by what's okay? The guys who did oh god, they always do the really weird stuff. The producers behind Cult of the Lamb. Oh god. My brain, I was literally just thinking of them. Oh. What is my brain is melted. I can find out. I have the ability to Devolver. It was so Devolver produced the game for like these different developers, but this was their first game that they'd ever made, so it was like the game just didn't sell enough for the studio to survive, sadly. Yeah. It's funny, it was crazy because like me, I just bought all the DLC. Sinful had just bought the game. Vampire Blood just bought the game. Dark just bought the game when it was on sale, and we were playing it and we were streaming it and we were enjoying it, and then they announced that they had to close doors. So we finished out the game obviously, but like it sucked. Takumi. Wizard of a Gun, Johnny. Also another game with really good music. This is a really long song. Ooh, why, Takumi? Oh no, I'm not complaining. I'm just like like the first song they did, or the first song that we just saw, was like what, like a minute? This one's like been going for quite a bit now. Well, you can get Game Pass on PC, Takumi. Why would you buy a console specifically for Game Pass when you could do that on PC? I love the like the rainy kind of wood chimes noise for like the water they had at the end there. That was nice. Takumi, I'm giving you the frowny face. You're getting the frowny face. I'm not amused. Oh, so you have a fucking PlayStation. You know, I love that melty emo. That melty emo is way better than it had any right to be. Johnny, I'm giving you the disappointed stare. Send you the shadow. Exodia! Obliterate! Damn, this cellist is going all way hard. This is what I love about like the Game Awards and stuff. Like you always have like you know, these performances, and then you have games, and then you have performances, then you have games. Andy, why are you pinning things? Don't make me out of cheese.
And welcome to this audio deep dive for Save and Sound. My name is Josh Bailey. I'm a solo developer. And today we're going to explore the sound of Bean Beasts.
Bean Beasts!
For this game, I took inspiration from my childhood consoles like the Mega Drive, NES, and Game Boy to try and mix some of that 16-bit charm with modern production. In this video, we'll have a look at some sound design and music, and
Hi,
see how it's
Cass.
all managed within the game engine.
Cass,
These
you're
guys
so
are Bean
late
Beasts.
today. Are you okay?
They have unique cries for when they level up, or use abilities. There are
I mean,
two
Rose,
core elements
give
I
me
use
that.
to create these cries. First is a bit crunch distortion noise. The other is a soft hiss-like synth.
Oh, I'm betting your face, Cass.
Sticking to these creates consistency, as if they all speak the same
In
language.
breasts.
Then we add layers depending on the creature design. It
Chat,
could
the
be a
winner,
screeching noise,
the winner of the
or an
raffle
animal sound, or the voice of a ghost.
is
I like to layer sounds to make things
Sophies.
sound richer and juicier. For
Sophies,
example,
if you
let's have a
did, you
listen
gotta
to a
speak up.
defeated slime.
You gotta speak up to claim your prize. Right, Sash, it's crazy.
Due to the nature of the game, a lot of sounds will be repeated frequently. So to keep things sounding more natural, I create multiple versions of each sound.
Egg.
For example, here are 3 variations of the ice spikes.
There you are. Sophies, you did it. You won Pacific
I then
Drive.
adjust the pitch to add more variation to each sound.
Ah, you need no. Congratulations, Sophie. Send me a DM and I will give you your
To help bring
code
each
for
biome
Pacific
to life,
Drive.
I create Atmos tracks that reflect the environment. In the caves, you can hear a roar that foreshadows something later in the game.
Ooh. I love a foreshadowing.
Most tracks start out as chords and a melody on the piano. I then block out my guide track.
Hey, Mocking Parrot.
Then comes bass and drums. And then the lead and rhythm sections.
Hello there.
Every track is mixed into 2 separate stems, which are then used to represent the 2 main game states. For the peaceful version, I strip back the percussion and soften the bass. This calm vibe communicates to players that it's time to build. When we hit play, the full mix fades back in.
This game looks cute. Like, is it like a?
Each world also has
it's
2 versions of the same song.
like a terror defense.
During the earlier levels, the music is more upbeat and playful. As things become more dangerous, we switch to a darker remix.
That's cute.
All sound in the game is mixed via the audio mixer in Unity. I prefer a simple setup with a few auxiliary channels, all feeding into the master output. I have 2 main channels, music and sound effects. Sound effects are then split into 4 substems. Sounds, key sounds plus,
I think they're a little blue gecko. I think they're a little gecko.
Prioritize more important sounds, like player feedback and warnings. There are also plugins which allow me to adjust the music level through script when needed.
Office, you gotta DM me. You gotta send me a DM so I can send you a key.
During endless mode, the density
Okay,
is
I'm squishing your face.
So I created a filter which measures how many sounds are being played per second. And when the density gets too high, some lower priority sounds are skipped. When you have 40 impacts and explosions playing per second, it's unlikely a player will notice if some of them are missing. And that's all for today's deep dive. Thanks
Look at
for
him.
watching.
He's just a little guy.
If you'd like to play Bean Beasts, there's currently a demo available on Steam, where you can also add it to your wish list.
It's
You're
cute.
also welcome to come have a chat with us on Discord.
Oh, that's
Enjoy
cute.
the rest of the festival.
I love how
Bye.
developers are getting more like in depth with like the communities and like having discords that you can go in and talk to. All right, here you go, Ruffy. Here's the game with the music that you wanted.
My name's Nicholas, and I've been doing sound design professionally for 10 years, I think, 10, 11 years. A lot of video games, a lot of TV shows and movies, documentaries, and also some upcoming projects that I can't talk about, unfortunately. But maybe we can talk about that next year. So for Survivor, it was pretty obvious from the get-go that we couldn't take the original sounds and cram them into this game. Mostly because the gameplay is so different, and the pace of the game is very different as well. And of course, we've got a whole different perspective. We're working with an isometric perspective instead of a first person. Once you reach some of the later levels, you quickly realize that you've got hundreds of bullets flying across the screen at all times.
Yeah.
So it was pretty obvious that we needed to redesign a lot of these sounds to make them fit this sort of gameplay. I tried out making some really subtle sounds to begin
Let's
with.
go. Yo, can I have some
because I was
teriyaki noodles?
afraid that the
I'd love
game
some
would end up
teriyaki noodles.
being just like a noisy mess.
Yeah, keep
And
watching.
then
I'm going to step away
slowly,
again for just a second.
Evolved the sounds into something a bit more powerful and more aggressive. So it was a bit of an iterative process of me going from something very quiet to something very aggressive. So what I do for each project that I work on is that I try to create a unique sound library for each video game or each movie that I work on, in order to have like bespoke sounds that fit this universe that I'm working in. So instead of just diving deep into like pre-made sound libraries, it's a lot more fun to really create a template of sounds that are unique to this project. And what I've done specifically for this project is that I've used a bunch of sort of weird microphones. I have these 2 devices here in front of me. This one is pretty known. It's called the Elektroschluch, I believe. It's really fascinating. It's a device for electromagnetic listening, and it allows you to listen to the words of magnetic fields. So if I were to turn it on and put it up against my phone, it would pick up the electromagnetic field around the phone.
Interesting.
And this is really
Hi.
useful for like creating very digital sounds, for instance, UI sounds. It's such a fascinating thing to dive into, like a world of sounds that you can't hear.
I didn't
find that
buy
really
this game
fascinating.
because I was
None of
told it
these
was
sounds
kind
that
of
this
crap.
picks up, are something that our ears
Pretty sure it was
can hear.
Dazzy
We
who
need to,
actually
like,
told me
a
that it was kind of
device,
crap.
to translate these sounds for us, and I find that really, really exciting.
Um,
And then I have this other device. This
But
looks very,
like, so I never
homemade.
bothered looking at it.
It is a device that picks up light. So if I took my laser pointer here, I don't know if you can see it, and if I shine it through maybe like a bottle of water with lots of like bubbles in it, if I do like this, you'll hear the sound of the laser getting dispersed in the water and then picked up by this device, and it creates these really otherworldly bubbly sounds that are super cool for like explosions. These have been my two main sweetener devices that I have used, and like I simply can't live without them now. Of course, if you do listen to like the raw recordings made of with these devices, they might not sound that interesting, but it's what you can like get out of them afterwards using a whole bunch of plugins and weird tools.
All right, what we're listening to now is a sound coming from a light source shining through a bowl of water, which is being shaken by a subwoofer. All I've done to it is that I've pitched it down a bit and I've denoised it slightly. And as mentioned, what I always do is I try to create bespoke sound libraries for the projects that I work on, and I never delete anything. Even though I might end up with hours and hours of just recordings of me fiddling around with knobs and plugins, there's always a lot of inspiration to find in those old recordings. But of course, if you do this, 95% of what you end up making won't make the cut. And most of it might not even seem like it's worth saving. That's not true though, because you can always find inspiration in old recordings, and years from now you'll be working on a project and all of a sudden you'll think to yourself, what was that one cool
Those are
sound
weird.
that I did
That's
5
really
years
crazy.
ago? And then boom.
I remember
you've
I
got it
asked
right there,
Desi
saved
like if
in your old
the new
sound
one,
library,
the
created for this project.
Big Rock Galactic Survivor
Old
was any
recordings
good,
will
and he was
always
like,
come in at one point or another.
and I was like, oh, okay, I won't bother then. I'll wait. I'll see something if there's anything else. Andy, have a good sleep.
I love messing around with plugins. There are 2 plugins that I would like to highlight here. One is Snap Heap by Kilohertz. Snap Heap is pretty much like having a modular system right at your fingertips. It's such an inspirational tool, and you can just you can spend hours creating patches. The other plugin I would like to highlight
Follow, how you doing?
is
Andy, have a good sleep.
Traveler, made by Toonstorm. It is the best Doppler plugin there is. It sounds amazing compared to pretty much every single other Doppler effect, and it's intuitive to use. It's easy to use. This plugin will add life to any sound that you put through it. I use it quite a lot. So after adding even more plugins and resampling and adding more effects and layers, you end up with some really nice sweeteners that will fit sci-fi explosions pretty well.
I really like hiding messages in sounds. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure, I think. It's kind of like putting your finger prints all over the place in a way. And I've hidden sounds of my at that point unborn child's heartbeat in the game. I've hidden numbers that mean stuff to me and to the players as well, if they know the lore. I'm not gonna give away where I've hidden stuff and what people can find, but I'm sure if if there are any sound savvy people out there, they will be able to recognize some techniques that I've used. I could give a small hint that you have to turn down the music, and then some of these
Well, how you
sounds will,
doing
like,
today?
pop out a bit more than they do now. It's
Sci
so
Fox is
cool,
crazy, like the
that people can
different
play like a game for like hundreds of hours, and still there are like things hidden that these people that
It's
have worked on
crazy the
game
stuff that we found, like
hidden
we've heard
all around.
today, like the way people make stuff like this, crazy.
Rift of the Necrodancer is Necrodancer meets Guitar Hero. Every note is an enemy with unique movements, so you need to learn the patterns to keep the music flowing. Rift will have over 30 original songs at launch, composed by a team of 6 artists. Josie Breckner, Jules Conroy, also known as Family Jules, Alex Mukala.
Yeah, I think I
Sam
could play this
Webster
because
and
this
Nick
seems like
and myself, Danny Baranowski.
I could play Guitar Hero.
I'm a composer on Rift of the Necrodancer and music director at Brace Yourself Games here in Vancouver. And today I have the magnanimous Josie Breckner.
Thank you for having me.
Josie's one of the composers we have on Rift of the Necrodancer. What's your favorite Rift song that you composed and why?
So hard. It's so hard. I think my favorite is Glass Cages. I think that's my baby. And that's the one we put on the EP, which I'm glad.
I think I'm gonna make enemies here, but I think it's my favorite song on the soundtrack.
Wow.
For sure.
Wow. Over your own stuff.
Of course. I mean, I have to pretend to be modest, you know? You swung it to a sextuplet. And if the non-music people don't know what that means, it means it's fucked up. Is that when you can swing a song when it's in like a triplet meter, if you skip the middle beat, instead of da 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 da, it's da 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 da. Well, if you have 6 sextuplets instead of triplets, and it's da 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 da, and you only take, then it's da 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 da.
Even in you laying this out, you've already thought more about it than I did when I sat down to write the song.
But that's what's so cool, because we had to reckon with it. It made us have to like re-examine how we did level design. I'm so glad it happened. Like I remember you saying like, "Hey, I'm sorry,
level design team."
We basically had to redo the way we thought about how the subdivisions of the rhythms worked in the game, and because what you do is you go da 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 da, and you rush the beat by a sextuplet. And we just didn't have that resolution, so now we do. This is part of why I love making music for games too, is that you're never just doing, it's never music for its own sake. It also has to be this like functional, living thing. And so like, you know, we had to put a lot of work into like, for the level maps and stuff for Glass Cages to work with that. The expressiveness of, Sarah was the violinist, right?
Yes.
The expressiveness of her playing and how she's constantly modulating between different rhythmic ideas and stuff, like just having a system in place that can like do justice to that, like it made the game better. Your song made the game, you forced our game to be better. How do you like that?
There was a Slack message later being like, let's not do something that complicated again, please. Yeah, I really wanted to capture this vision I had of her coming back from work late at night, exhausted in like a palatial New York City apartment, her putting on a record, pouring a glass of champagne, and staring out over the taxis as like the rain fell on the streets below. And then as I was writing, and this is like the following your instinct thing, I was like, oh, we're just getting a lot of Jamiroquai in here too. So I just started like scooping as much from Jamiroquai land and putting it in the track.
Sure.
And just was having a ton of fun with it. And then we hired my friend Sarah to do some violin. And Sarah Hubbard is amazing. She can do anything. And I was just like,
Yeah, so is the game out? The game's not out yet, is it? Or did they do the soundtrack or something?
Awesome. Yeah.
She did.
Yeah. So
it's interesting to hear because I was gonna ask you what the Glass Cages meant.
Demo's
Now you
out,
know,
right, okay.
because we talk about Glass Cages are like the buildings that we're in.
Because I remember
And
seeing
then
the
also
trailer
there's a
for it,
police siren
like,
at the end.
Yes.
I think it was a Game Awards, or maybe it was TGS or something.
Setting the scene in the apartment, yeah.
I was like, that's a really cool idea. Like, I suck at the Necrodancer games because like the movement mixed with the that can't do it. But Guitar Hero, easy, no problem. Give me a guitar, I'll go for it.
And allowing other people to do their version of this thing, and that's that song is Necrodancer as fuck, and I never would have done that. So let's talk a little bit about how you came to be a part of our team. We had a long list that we whittled down, kept whittling down, and then I'll just say that when I found you, I remember being struck by how you had depth and breadth.
I appreciate you saying that. I think I was really touched when we had our first conversation and you were like, I like your music because it's weird. Like, I felt so seen in that moment. I was like, yes, weird. That's what I've been trying to go for this whole time. And so we started off working on my test. And then you're like, okay, that's good, but I think you could go further.
Yeah, I remember now.
And I was like, okay. And then I worked on like Hang Ten Hef, doing like this surf rock style. And you're like, okay, I mean, we're getting there, but like you can go way weirder. And I just started pushing the line further and further to see if I would ever cross it.
We ain't
And
found it yet.
we never did.
Nope.
So that to me is something that was really special. I remember
I
was
like
being
that.
very careful about my NDA. You know, Rift is probably the biggest project I've ever worked on, and trying to, you know, stay professional, keep it cool. And then the next thing I know, we're in the park and you're like, oh yeah, Josie's working on Rift.
How do you approach the idea of genres? And if you even think about it at all, you know, in Bamboosh, we're doing this like kind of drum and bassy thing and you break out the contrabassoon.
I'm on fire!
And it blows my mind because, like, is there rhyme or reason to that, or do you kind of just let the chaos happen and then just like curate it? Like, how do you think about that when you do that?
Yeah, I feel like I'm very instinctual when it comes to that stuff. And if there's something that feels right in the moment, or if there's a mistake that happens, I want to capture that energy
Arloom
and bring it into the
555
track as much
hecking
as
months. I
possible.
cannot hecking
Because for me,
believe
the
that you're
worst
such an
thing
adorable
is
person and
when
fantastic
you
friend. I'm
overthink
so
something
glad
too
I met you,
much.
soft boy.
And I mean, this is the thing that happens.
Jones,
The theme of the game. I feel
Johnny,
like
how the heck in tier
just,
free
like,
for 55 months? You
thinking
hecking
to
cutie!
instead of just
I appreciate
doing
it. I can't believe
being
it's been 55 months. That's
I'm never
crazy.
too worried
I'm
if
squishing your
something
cheeks.
isn't
Thank you so much. Enjoy those
typically in line
emotes
with the
everyone and
genre
welcome
I'm
back to the
doing,
Crowd Kingdom.
because mashing things and just forcing them together, even if they don't look like they fit initially, is my favorite thing.
Favorite thing about you? Creatively fearless.
Oh.
Just unceasingly exploratory. Everything I hear from you is just like, it sounds like a different person made it, and it's just, it blows my mind. You compose in like quantum superposition.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
What's your favorite thing about me?
I really respect when someone has done the work as a contractor, as a freelancer, as an artist, to know when to step back and let other people just like do their thing. I felt like I just had a lot of trust and confidence from how much creative room and creative freedom you were giving.
I mean, that's great to hear. It's something I've, it's something I've thought about and worked on a lot over the years. And there is, I think, that urge when you write something for someone to reproduce it, more or less the same as it was, but like human and not synth.
Right.
Right. But as I had a lot of experiences with Jules, because Jules did a ton of guitar for me, happy accidents would happen.
Yeah.
He would do something just slightly different.
Yeah.
And there were definitely times when Jules would do like, oh no, I did this instead of that. I'm like, but that was better. And just like recognizing that. And I like to give feedback more as like questions, like, why did you do this? Or what did you do? That
Where's the reverb? That was one I got a lot.
Yeah, well, reverb's overrated.
Yeah.
Just because the way somebody does something is not the way I would have done it, doesn't mean it's bad. If you want to actually have a truly collaborative environment with other creative people, you have to have that. You are bringing these people in for their expertise, and you need to let them spread their wings. There's no certainty in creative endeavors. My guideline on that is basically just like, would I be like upset, or like, can I not let this happen? I don't know. Just don't cling to power for power's sake. Are we still talking about music? Or?
I feel like when you're talking about this, I'm imagining like the anime version of the music process where like me and Sam
Aura,
and
welcome in.
Jules all come in and you're like struggling and you collapse and we're like, you've done enough. Take our hand.
Okay. I like it. Alright, hey, we're watching the Save It. We're almost coming to the end of Save and Sound, which is a music festival celebrating game music.
Boyfriend Dungeon is a dungeon crawling dating sim in which
I feel bad because I couldn't be bothered. I got about like 2 hours into this game and I was like,
during style-esque transformation sequences.
Been like, hello.
If I was a weapon,
I'm
I'd
good.
be
How
a
you
butter
doing?
knife because I'm absolutely harmless. The soundtrack is really poppy and upbeat. We went for
Oh, the game music is great. I just, the game style
actually represented in the soundtrack, in the game, and that's
you really like your Umineko.
Today, I want to do a deep dive on Never Lose. It was a dungeon traversal track originally conceived as, and the team liked it more as a boss battle style track. So I want to take you on a quick deep dive on that. And without further delay, grab your favorite weapon. I've got my dagger right here, and let's go.
Man's wielding a knife. Man's wielding a knife in stream. They weren't furry enough, Zen. Yo, can we get like Boyfriend Dungeon, but like as furries?
All right. So how was
Chat,
Never Lose created?
that's the game I want to make. A visual novel where
usually
you
one
turn
instrument
furries into
in most
weapons
of my
and date them.
songs. And in this case, we really wanted to go after something that was haunting, something that sounded almost possessed or otherworldly, like a ghost. We really wanted to convey the sense that you were haunted by your past, maybe, and that going to Verona Beach was
observation,
something of an
right?
escape for you.
It's really funny that you're talking
that
to
you
like
leave
a
your
lot of
past
these
woes
artists,
behind,
right? A lot of music
so
artists.
That's a lot of
and
data. That's like a lot of information you
over
wanna transmit
the
to the
course
player
of the
via
last
a
5
track.
hours, right? We've heard a lot of
And
people
to
talk.
achieve something like
and
that, I used
there
a
has been a
mini-log.
lot
So
of
if you don't know,
audio
a mini-log is a
inconsistencies,
chord
like people
synthesizer,
talking too low compared to
and
the
it's
music,
normally a
people
noisy,
clipping
buzzy synthesizer,
too
and it's not
loud
great
compared
for
to the
ambient stuff,
music.
although it can be used for
It's
anything,
kind of
really.
just funny to me that these audio professionals
I managed to get
are
this ambient patch from it.
have these little moments.
And this is basically the beginning riff that started this
Bright
whole
level
song. So we have this like haunting bass
They're
line.
obviously like videos as well, so like it's
when
like
I
they
say
didn't.
bass line, I don't mean
They
bass
probably
instrument,
recorded them
I
in
mean
a
like
hurry,
foundation
and they didn't go
for
back and
a
like
track.
quality check them.
So
Maybe
this is
I
like
don't
a
know.
sharp cymbal sound, and most likely I chose this because of its resemblance to a weapon sheath. And so we
It's a really cool game,
I
Sophie.
injected a lot of cool bits of weapon sounds into the soundtrack, and I love using sound design.
Look, if you're not
as
you don't
way
have a scuff
to,
stream in a while, you're not a real
express the
streamer.
gameplay,
That's my
you know.
opinion, Sash.
And even though
Shit breaks,
want to
you
get
just
creative
roll with it.
because you don't want it to clash with the sound effects that are already happening in the game. So on this, I've added different things to make it kind of stand out more, not be mistaken for just gameplay. Moving on, we've got to add to that. So altogether, we got the haunting synth, and then on top of that, we've got a floaty synth. This floaty synth is also very integral to the song.
Ooh. That's just a
We
really
also have
cool
vocal
like
samples.
game audio
And
idea.
What I've done here is I've taken a track
I don't
of
think
Madeline
anyone's ever
singing,
done it
I think
either.
was for this, and I've cut it up and put it onto a sampler. Here is said sampler, right? And these are all Madeline's little vocalizations that I've tweaked and done different things to. So you can see for this one, I've panned it to the side, so it goes off to the side. Okay, and so now moving on to the most important, arguably the most important part of this track, the vocals. And the lyrics and the vocals for this song and the music really go hand in hand to sell the vibe to the player that You
Welcome
must
back,
under no
Koyagi.
circumstances lose. Defeat is not an option, and you must succeed. But to what end, and why are we succeeding? And what is the point of this? And I gotta say, Madeline wrote all the lyrics, and she did an amazing, phenomenal job bringing that feeling of, you know, you're exploring this dangerous place, and with this person that, you know, may or may not be a stranger. And then when I say person, I really mean the weapon that you're falling in love with. And there's an element of danger to it, but there's also an element of we're gonna get through this.
We're gonna get through this.
She did a great job with it. As far as her vocal chain, I have usually pretty simple, well, somewhat simple setups. De-esser, you know, really good if you have a lot of sibilance in the vocals, a lot of the S's and the those kind of plosives. I've got multi-band compressor, just a really good all-around compressor. Honestly, I have over-processed this. This is not something I would do today. This is probably just due to lack of experience and understanding how to route and chain things properly. I've got a compressor. See, we don't really need both the multi-band compressor and the compressor. I might be smashing her vocals way too hard, to be honest.
That's a statement.
And
right there,
you know,
Koyagi.
in this context, it worked out, but it's something to keep in mind of. I've got Reverence, which is just reverb, pretty much. And I'm using really Cubase's stock plugins to mix all of this. I think they sound fine. And,
I love smashing their vocals.
I recommend that any artists really just use what's available to them, you know. I don't tend to gravitate towards the most expensive thing out there. So as you can see, for most of this, I'm using stock Cubase plugins. And so I've got Reverence here. I've got it on a large Viennese Hall. And then finally, I've got the One Knob. I love this plugin.
The One Knob!
It's basically a DJ sweep knob,
I'm
for low
such
end
a
only.
fucking child.
And I just love what it does. It's really, really helpful for all sorts of things. Although I don't even know if I'm using it. Oh yeah, I do use it here.
I do softies. I'm what they call a vocal smasher. I've got the One Knob to smash them all.
So you can see it's a very high quality pot, basically, that when you turn, it just gives you the full spectrum, and you can change the resonance from high,
Is this
extreme,
GarageBand?
moderate.
I know it's an iMac, but like, is that GarageBand?
And
No.
finally, let me just talk a bit about the percussion. I'm using a few
Don't know what
different
it is.
plugins.
I've
Easy
never
Drummer, Groove Agent,
seen this software.
Contact 7, which I think is using Damage.
Oh god.
Yes, we are using Damage and more Damage. And
I know it's an iMac. I can tell that much. But I can't. It might be Cubase. I think it's Cubase because it says it at the top there, and I think it says it on the top left there as well. I think it's called Cubase.
Is Easy Drummer, right? And it doesn't normally sound like this. However, I am running it through a few different filters: Quadra Fuzz, One Knob filter, and that's giving you the nice bit crushed kind of sound, which is in the background of the full song, most of the song.
What do you mean of it? I'm so wholesome. I'm the most say-so
So you barely
person in
notice
the
that,
world.
actually, but I think it adds a nice crunchiness to the whole track. Then I've got real drums, so another Easy Drummer module playing this here together. And then we've got Groove Agent, which I've
Hey,
applied my
Dazzy.
own samples to. Well, they're Cubase stock samples, but it's a modified kit that I made, and that's just playing the main drum.
Now, Dazzy, this is the Save and Sound
And then Damage,
games
which
music
I
festival.
utilize heavily, extensively in all my projects. I really love it. They actually released a new one that I'm.
We've been giving away keys and watching the show
These
today.
are just basically highly processed, already mixed percussion hits, and they're really good for selling a mood. I mean, they're just fantastic for giving you for boss battles. Amazing. And that's what these sound.
So can we have a good sleep?
All together gives you that heavy.
Okay, so
you know,
various
smash.
different games that have been included in the show.
that is probably, those and the vocals and the bass are really the crux that form
The
this
most
song.
recent one we
But
just gave
then
away was Pacific
the
Drive.
haunted synth is really the thing
Uploaded.
that makes it unique. It makes it its own thing. I mean, if you take everything out except for the synth, or I mean, if you leave everything in except for the synth, you really have a pretty generic, just, you know, it's just bass and drums. It's nothing really special. But you add the synth, you add some vocal samples, and then you add Madeline's unique voice and what we did with it, and you have our track. So
I like his shirt.
Yeah,
Isn't
that
his
was
shirt?
a deep dive of Never Lose.
Nice, you have a good sleep.
I want to thank
Or
you
a good
so
night.
much for watching
Thank
it.
you for the raid.
And currently, I'm working on Project Dosa with Outer Loop Games, and I encourage everyone to go check that out. Wishlist it on Steam. Me and my dagger have a long day ahead of us, so I will be seeing everybody later. Take care.
Completely
Thank you, and
demonetized because
free
he showed
Palestine.
he showed the dagger off.
Hi, I'm the composer for A Case of Cud, Craig Hamilton. I'm going to play for you a special rendition of Onward on my Osmos Expressive E with the Waldorf Iridium. If you want to find out more about myself, go to gregoryhamilton.com. Thank you.
Ooh. So here, let me give you this, chat. So we're covering the Save and Sound Music Festival for games today. Here's a link to the website. If you look at the partner creators, you'll see me. If you look at below that, you'll see all the games. And there's links to, there's a schedule in there along with links as to where you can watch the show. This is the end of today's show. There is another show tomorrow. So if you want to watch it, then you're more than obviously you will do so on Twitch or YouTube. At the moment, right, at this moment, I'm not meant to be coming back to watch the next part. But who knows? Maybe if they give me another set of keys, maybe we'll come watch it. We'll see. But for now, we've given away all our keys for today. And this is the last part of the show. So Dazzy, they're just showing off how they made game music. They're showing off how they've composed or created songs or sounds for video games and stuff. And so we've just been watching like different games kind of being shown off through their music and hearing about how people made them and what made them special to them and like how they did certain things, and it's really cool. And it's the 4th year running. This is their 4th year doing it. I was gonna get involved last year, but honestly, I completely let it pass me, and I didn't get involved. So when they reached out to me this year, I was like, you know what? Yes, I'm in. Let's do it. Tell me what I need. So, here we are. And we had the guy who was presenting earlier on, Hans. He reached out to us and he was very lovely, and so here we are. It's been really cool, just like watching these games and like seeing ones that we did know and seeing ones that we'd never heard of and going, that looks really cool. And there was one called Paperhead, Dazzy, which looks like Doom but made out of cardboard, and they made all of the sounds by just like rubbing like slippers on like cardboard boxes or like scrunching up cardboard boxes or you know, doing different things with cardboard. Like all of the sounds in the game was basically done with that. And then there's like a rock track they have that goes over it as well. It all looks really cool. So definitely take a look at the website, because the website has all of the games that are shown today and will be shown tomorrow, and they link directly to the Steam pages. So definitely worth checking out. And obviously if you're watching their chat tomorrow, or mine if they give me keys, there's a chance to win more keys. There's usually partnerships with Elgato and stuff like that where they're giving away stuff, so it's cool. I'm super happy they reached out and wanted to partner with me for it. We were talking about you earlier, Dazzy. I was saying that you told me that Deep Rock Galactic Survivor was God's Grove, where the guy was like, let me squish this meat in the microphone. Yeah. thinking about finding stuff in the ground is your favorite. Finding stuff in the ground. I don't know what that is. But a lot of the games are on sale, so if you end up wanting to get any of them, a lot of them are on sale right now. So save and sound. I said, you see, today, tomorrow, it's also on their website. So definitely check out the schedule on the website and see if there's anything that catches your eye. That kicking game. That was Smug or Slug or... yeah. Something like that. It was Smug or something like that. My brain. I don't know. But welcome. Thank you for watching the 2024 Save and Sound Day 1 with me. And they'll see you tomorrow. I might, if, you know... wrong, that's it. If they send me... hey, look, if they want me back tomorrow, we'll see. Who knows?